Tonight for the Brewers against Ryan Dempster. And away we go at Miller Park with Soriano leading off. Soriano, Tirio, and Fukudome. And a Cubs lineup without Derek Lee once again, down with a bulging disc in his neck. Aramis Ramirez, Rock, is going to be on the shelf for a while. We're talking possibly 4 to 6 weeks after he dislocated his left shoulder last night.
Yeah, what a horrible scene it was down there at third base. Made a nice catch, but pulled that shoulder right out of the socket. You can tell right away that it wasn't good for Ramirez, and he will be sorely missed in this Cubs lineup. He was swinging the bat very well.
And then the Cubs pull off a trade last night with the Orioles, picking up Ryan Friel. He was in the starting lineup but unable to go with tightness in the hamstring. He is available to pinch hit, so even when Pinella thought he had some reserves, they are down with injury as well. A banged up group, the Chicago Cubs, but they have won 6 of 8 in the month of May. Thrilling ball game last night. The Brewers winning late. Braun with the heroics, and of course Trevor Hoffman with the save. So crew chief Jerry Crawford behind the plate tonight. 32-year veteran in the big leagues. Hallian, Tishner, and Cuzzy on the base paths. Season series all tied at 2 between these clubs. Cubs took 2 out of 3 from the Brewers' first homestand of the year. So Milwaukee, as Rock, you mentioned in the pregame show, if you're going to be in a position to sweep a series, obviously to win game 2 imperative, and the Brewers have their best guy on the mound to do just that.
Man, that's exactly right. I mean, what a game last night, and what a boost for the Brewers.
Soriano down on strikes. Gallardo nails the corner. And a good start for Giovanni.
Now, this is what he has been doing all season long. His last 4 starts in particular, it just has had tremendous command on either side of the plate. That fastball right on the outside corner.
Here's how the Brewers stack up defensively. It's Braun, Chris Duffy, and Corey Hart. Duffy in there for Cameron. Counsell gets the start for Billy Hall with Hardy and Weeks up the middle. Fielder at first. Kendall is catching, and you can see Maka's lineup. He's got a couple of extra left-handed hitters in there against Dempster. 1 out for Ryan Tirio. Gallardo has never retired Tirio. He's 3 for 3 in his career.
And right away in the first inning, Jason Kendall forcing Gallardo to throw that curveball. He's already thrown 3 of them. Unfortunately, none of them for strikes.
Tirio had a hit last night. .310 average coming into play today. All of a sudden, guys who are supposed to be role type players, guys like Fontenot and Tirio and Bobby Scales even coming up from the minor leagues, they are put in a position to pick up the offensive load that is left by Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of run production on the disabled list and out of the starting lineup already this year for the Cubs. They have been banged up all year. Giovanni Soto, tonight's catcher, he hasn't played in a couple of days, and he's been able to play but really hasn't gotten off to a good start. Carlos Zambrano on the disabled list. Been a rough start for the Cubs, although they've been able to keep themselves above 500.
There's a curveball. Tirio swings at the pitch, and down he goes. So the best curve so far gets Giovanni Gallardo a strikeout.
Well, and he finally has been able to retire Ryan Tirio on a good curveball. That's where you want it with 2 strikes. Tirio not able to hold up, and Jerry Crawford doesn't need any help. And that's what Gallardo has done such a good job of this year, throwing all 4 of his pitches over for strikes.
So 2 up and 2 down for Giovanni, and here is Fukudome. Now hitting in the 3-hole. Fukudome had a hit last night. He was 1 for 3. And his average right at 300. He's just a shade below percentage points. He's at 299. He's hit 4 home runs already this year and has 15 driven in. Fukudome played in the World Baseball Classic this year for Japan. Started, played center field for them. And that regimen has the folks in the Cubs camp a little bit concerned about how his staying power will be this year.
Yeah, that was a problem for him last year. They say he got tired toward the end after the All-Star break, played a lot of games.
Now, we know how seriously Japan takes the WBC as far as their training. They're together early, before the new year even, and then they're in serious training in January. So Fukudome has been going at it pretty hard since the wintertime. And he walks on 5 pitches.
So the early training gives him an advantage early, but maybe he loses a little bit of stamina as the season goes on. Once it gets hot, August and September. Boy, Yo not missing by much. Jerry Crawford so far, a very tight strike zone. A couple of curveballs to Soriano looked like they were pretty good, but Crawford did not like them.
Crawford, the crew chief. There is a need for a call on a replay. It'll be Crawford who makes that call. And Milton Bradley takes a strike. Bradley's belted 3 home runs this year, 2 of them against the Brewers here at Miller Park. Hit one last night.
Only 4 RBIs. That is a terrible start.
He's another Cub who's been nursing injuries. Bradley has missed a few days with a groin injury and is awaiting an appeal right now on a suspension. He bumped a home plate umpire on April 18th, and it was issued as a 3-day suspension. Bradley appealed, and that decision is supposed to be coming down any day now. Didn't come down today, so unlikely you'd see it tomorrow, perhaps as early as Monday. Bradley's hoping the suspension will be dropped altogether.
Controversy always seems to follow that guy everywhere he goes.
Little broken bat. Ricky Weeks right there for it. And the side retired. Scoreless inning for Gallardo, and here come the Brewers against Ryan Dempster. To the bottom of the first, the Brewers coming to bat against Ryan Dempster, and here's the lineup issued by Ken Maka. A number of lefties in there tonight. Weeks, Counsell, and Braun at the top of the order. Braun has good career numbers against the Cubs. Middle of the order is Fielder, Hardy, and Hart, with Duffy, Kendall, and Gallardo rounding it out. 3 lefties in tonight's lineup for Ken Maka. The Cubs defensively have Soriano, Fukudome, and Bradley in the outfield. Infield is Bobby Scales, his first career start at third base, with Tirio and Fontenot up the middle, Hoffpower at first, and Giovanni Soto, last year's Rookie of the Year, behind the plate for Dempster. Dempster at 2-1 this season, a .486 earned run average, as Ricky Weeks is set to lead off. And there's strike one. Weeks comes in at .270, 6 homers, 19 runs batted in, an on-base percentage of .326. Weeks had a hit last night. He was 1 for 4 last night. singled in the 5th inning. That big comeback win for the Brewers. Brewers have been coming back in games on a record pace. Another late rally last night. Braun hit the 2-run homer in the 8th inning to get Ken Maka and the crew their 17th win of the year. The Brewers 2 back of the Cardinals to start the day. St. Louis 19-11 to begin the day. And Weeks is down on strikes. Well, our Piggly Wiggly scouting report tonight comes from Brewer hitting coach Dale Swaim on Dempster.
Ryan keeps the ball down and away a lot. Shows in. Likes to mix pitches up. He's probably almost 50-50 with his slider and fastball and his splitty to lefties. So he's been tough on us in the past. We had some opportunities last time.
Yeah, 9-2 lifetime against the Brewers. He has been outstanding and really doesn't give up too many home runs. In over 200 innings last year, he only given up 14 homers. That's pretty good.
Well, Dempster making his 2nd start against the Brewers, facing Craig Counsell here with 1 out in the 1st.
Yeah, he talked about those late comebacks for the Brewers. Those are made possible by very good pitching. Starting pitching for the Brewers has been incredible. Another very good start by Dave Bush last night. Keep the opposition down, you keep them close, and you give your offense a chance to win late in the game. If you don't get that good pitching, you don't have that chance.
Well, and it was a big bullpen effort last night. That 8th inning was pivotal in so many ways. And the first way was the bullpen shutting the Cubs down and stranding the bases loaded. First it was Villanueva, and then Mitch Stetter, who came in and got the final out of the inning, retiring Soto. That kept it as a 1-run game. And then Braun did his thing. Craig Counsell stays hot. Boy, Counsell is making a bid for some serious playing time here. Every time he's in the lineup here the last 10 days, he's hit.
And Ken Maka has an awful lot of confidence in him, and particularly against Ryan Dempster with that good slider. He likes to have as many lefties in the lineup as he can. You got Chris Duffy in the lineup. Counsell's been hot, so Ken Maka, he wants to keep the ball rolling. Just play the hot hand out there. Craig Counsell getting an opportunity tonight.
Counsell's first start since last Wednesday when he had a 4-hit game against the Reds. So here is Braun, a big ovation as he was announced. .337 average coming into play today. He's got an on-base percentage of .444. Braun has 10 runs batted in his last 5 games.
Has the flair for the dramatic, doesn't he? I mean, that's an understatement with that guy. He just seems to surprise you every time. He seems to do something every night that surprises you.
Ryan hits that one in the gap. That one is going to go to the wall. Counsell racing around second, on his way to third. Now he's going to try to score. Here comes the throw from Theriot. A play at the plate. Counsell safe. No slide from Counsell, and he sneaks in there ahead of the tag. Braun drives in another one, and the Brewers lead 1-0.
Yeah, it looked like an off-speed pitch up in the strike zone. Actually, fastball up in the zone. Ryan able to tomahawk it into the gap. Counsell screaming around third base. Brad Fisher waving him around, and throw was off the mark a little bit. I thought they had Counsell. The relay throw from Soriano was pretty good. Fisher has been very aggressive at third base lately. Theriot's relay to the plate off the mark. Actually, it was Fukudome's throw into the infield, and Counsell just able to get in there because the throw was wide.
And Braun takes off to third, the throw into the outfield, and another run will score. And the Brewers are coming up aces here in the first inning. 2 risky moves, both of them pay off.
Now Bobby Scales over there at third base. I mean, he's not very familiar with thirds. Soto's throw was where it was supposed to be, but Scales, it wasn't over there. He wasn't in a position to grab the throw. It was a little bit high. See how far he has to go. Scales not able to get there. Actually, Soto tried to lead him to the bag. You don't want to do that as a catch. You throw it right to the base.
That'll be a stolen base and an error on Soto. Well, those could have very easily been outs. Counsell at the plate with a good throw, and Braun at third base with a good throw. But 2 runs are in instead.
That's a great idea by Ryan Braun with that shift like that on Prince. Scales was a little bit too far over. It's towards shortstop. He had a long way to go. Ryan Braun recognizing that. Throw gets away and he scores.
So Fielder bats with nobody aboard, and he strikes out. Soto secures it over at first, and the side retired. Excuse me, out number 2. Very costly error by Giovanni Soto. Soto, by the way, commits his first error in this his 23rd game.
Yeah, watch how far Bobby Scales is over towards shortstop. That shift on Prince Fielder. Inexperience at third base. He gets there, but the problem was Soto tried to lead him, and anytime you do that, not throw it to the bag, a lot of times that's going to happen. You never want to try and lead a fielder to a base. You throw it at the bag.
Kind of like a quarterback with a receiver across the middle, and Scales making only his first start at third base, his second major league start, although he has played some third base in the minor leagues.
Yeah, with a guy that far away from third base, you might have to, take a little bit more time to get rid of it to allow him to get there.
So 2 outs, and here's Hardy. JJ at .214 on the year. The batting average is low, but the production is high. 5 homers, 17 RBIs. No National League shortstop has driven in more runs than J.J. Hardy this year. And you think about it, he hasn't even swung the bat all that well this season.
Well, he's starting to. Had a rough start.
Had
he's
a big
coming
road
on.
trip.
Yeah.
Hardy strikes out. Side retired. Dempster strikes out the side, but the Brewers get 2 runs in the middle. Here at Miller Park, the 5th consecutive sellout. Last night, 42,000 were here at the ballpark. Mother's Day weekend at Miller Park. What a great weekend it is. Roof is closed tonight. Cool temperatures and some rain in the area. Boy, it rained really hard last night. Almost as the fans exited from the ballpark. As the game ended, the rains came down. That one is driven into deep right field. Hoffpauir bounces one off the wall. And he's on his way to second with a double. Leadoff double for Michael Hoffpauir. First hit of the game for the Cubs.
Hoffpower was held hitless in last night's ball game, and that's news enough because this guy has really torn up Brewer pitching throughout his career. Fastball right down the middle. Gallardo down in the count 1-0. Hoffpower sitting dead fastball and rips it off the wall. This guy can hit.
Well, Hoffpower will get most of the reps at first with Derek Lee not available. Lee is not on the disabled list. Unavailable to play, however, with a neck injury, bulging disc, and tonight he's missing his 4th consecutive game.
Yeah, Lupinelli yesterday thought he would be able to use Lee tonight. Not the case. Well, the Brewers get a bit of a break in this series on a couple of accounts. Some of their offensive players unable to play, and the rotation set up pretty well. You don't have to face Ted Lilly. You don't have Rich Harden. And Zambrano on the DL.
Zambrano was scheduled to pitch yesterday as Soto grounds one. Counsell has it go off his glove into left field and a base hit. Well, if Counsell doesn't get a glove on it, it'd be a tough play for Hardy to throw out Soto.
Now, Hardy might have been able to get it in the glove, and what that would have done, it would have kept Hoffpower at second base. It squeaks into left, and now first and third. I don't think they have a play on Soto, although he is the catcher, doesn't run all that well.
Kendall took a shot from Soto on his follow through. Second straight day he's been popped in the helmet. So the Cubs put up a threat right away here in the second after the Brewers scored twice in the first inning. As Mike Fontenot takes a ball.
In a rough week for Jason Ken. He's had a couple of those and a bunch of foul tips.
Tools of brilliance.
Yes. And very glad he has those tools. Because that would leave a mark.
Kendall's been catching every day with Mike Rivera on the disabled list. Rivera is scheduled to play in a minor league game, a couple of minor league rehabilitation games before he's back. It's possible he could return on this homestand. Kendall does not mind the playing time, however. He feels like he could catch every day.
And did last year.
2 balls and a strike on Mike Fontenot. 2-2. One thing about Gallardo, what makes him so good is the strikeout ability. He can get himself out of jams like this. There aren't a lot of pitchers that could get through a first and third situation with nobody out and come out of it unscathed.
And it gets a lot of strikeouts. Fastball tops out at about 92, 93.
And down goes Fontenot. Gallardo, big fastball, 94 miles an hour.
Well, 3 strikeouts already, and that one because Fontenot looking off speed, probably looking for a curveball. A fastball right down the middle of the plate. Fontenot just watches it go by with 2 strikes. The dangers of guessing with 2 strikes.
So Gallardo, a key batter early here for the Cubs in Bobby Scales. Batting in the 8th position with the pitcher on deck. Scales is a great story. Talk about a guy with some perseverance in him. 11 years in the minor leagues. Finally got a chance in the big leagues last week. Made a start on Tuesday against the Giants and gets his 2nd career start here tonight.
That kind of gives you an indication as of the health of the Chicago Cubs right now. You got a lot of guys that they didn't expect to be on the ball club. Mentioned Ryan Field being traded for. He's here. Bobby Scales. And for the most part, the Cubs were fairly healthy last year. Soriano was hurt early in the year, and health plays a big part in winning a division. And games in May are just as important as games in September.
1-2 to Scales, and down he goes. Gallardo, back-to-back strikeouts. After the Cubs had runners at the corners. That is number 4 already for Yo. And the pitcher coming up, Dempster.
And all of them but one coming on the fastball. He got Terrio on a curveball, but the fastball's been a good pitch for him. That's a good place for a 2-strike pitch. Up out of the zone.
Gallardo bears down with 2 outs. Dempster is hitless this year. He's 0 for 13. Pretty good bet when Jerry Crawford makes a call like that. You're not going to get a strike.
No, it doesn't really have his heart in it.
That was kind of one of those. Yeah, okay.
Well, he asks. Go ahead.
Dempster into center field. Duffy is right there, and Gallardo uses the strikeout to get out of the mess. Back-to-back punch-outs. Fontenot and Scales with 2 on, and a scoreless second inning.
By a pair of runs here in the bottom of the second inning. Jason Kendall will be back in his familiar 8th spot in the lineup, but he's due up 3rd this inning, and the catcher has caught fire so far this month. He's actually had 8 of his 18 hits here in the month of May. He's also batting nearly 300 so far this year, and the reason was the most simple reason I've ever gotten from anyone, and I got it from the Brewers hitting coach Dale Swain. Dale told me the reason behind it is Kendall is basically just keeping his head on the ball. So it's not always about adjustments with your stance or anything like that. It's just as simple as seeing and hitting the ball, guys.
It's about breathing through your eyelids, Kelly. That's what gets it done every time.
It helps to see the baseball, doesn't it, in that game?
And Kendall has his average at 209. He's really, that's not an average he's proud of, but considering where he began, as Kendall really scuffled first couple of weeks of the season.
Yeah, what Dale was talking about with respect to Kendall, Kendall sometimes will move his head toward the pitcher. So when your head and your eyes are moving in one direction and the ball's going in the opposite direction about 90 miles an hour, it's tough to keep your eye on it. It's tough to really determine where it is. So keep your head still, and everything slows down for you a bit. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
Game's easy from up here for sure. No, Hart even in the count. Corey, 274 batting average. He has 3 home runs and 12 RBIs. It's been a while since he homered last. April 13th, his last home run, so it's been nearly a month for Corey Hart. Hart's going to have a tough time this year, Rock, in the 2020 category. Many feel he's a potential 30-30 type player. At least 30 home runs and 30 stolen bases. It's kind of the ultimate gauge of power and speed in baseball. As Hart takes a called strike 3. So a lot of punch outs here early. Gallardo has 4. Ryan Dempster now with 4. Every out has been a strikeout.
Yeah, that one right on the outside corner. Corey thought it was off the plate, but it wasn't. Good pitch. Yeah, fastball that tailed right back over the outside corner. And Jerry Crawford bringing him up.
Dempster signed a 4-year deal this offseason. He was a coveted pitching free agent this offseason, but I don't think anybody had a chance other than the Cubs. 4-year, $52 million deal for Dempster.
17-6 last year, and ERA at 2.96. Outstanding.
Duffy right back to the mound. It's barehanded by Kelly Leak. And 2 gone. That leads us to our carsoup.com email the booth question. And Jeremy Pearson in Waukesha wants to know, is the NL Central the most competitive division in baseball this year? I think it's going to be. I think the National League East will be very competitive.
Yeah.
You know the American League East is going to have some drama as well. But there is no doubt that the teams in the Central bunch together, especially the Cardinals, the Brewers, and the Cubs. I think the Reds are going to make a play at it this year.
They got some good starting pitching with Francisco Cordero. The Brewers saw him on the last road trip. But not necessarily because they're going to be playing such good baseball, but without Manny Ramirez in the Dodger lineup, I think that division is going to be bunched up.
Yeah, Ramirez serving a 50-game suspension and will not return to the Dodgers until July 3rd. The Dodgers come here to Miller Park July 10th. Giants have terrific pitching this year. Who knows, right? Who would have thought the Tampa Bay Rays would end up in the World Series a year ago? I think the Brewers feel very confident about their ball club, although they kind of fly under the radar among the national experts, which is just fine by everyone in that clubhouse, especially Jason Kendall, who admitted he was a little bit offended by the lack of respect for the Brewers this spring.
And particularly the pitching staff. Did not like the comments that were made about the Brewer pitching staff. I guess the pundits just expected the Brewers pitching not to be good given the guys that they lost. How could they be as good? But they're throwing the baseball very well right now.
Kendall strikes out, but that gets by Soto. And the inning will continue.
No, just because he swung at it doesn't mean it's going to be a pass ball. That ball off the outside corner. Slider, I believe. Either a slider or a split. We'll be able to see it here. Way off the outside corner. That's probably going to be a wild pitch. A strikeout wild pitch, and now Gallardo gets the bat with 2 outs.
Well, and in most National League lineups, that's not a big deal with the pitcher coming up. But with Gallardo at the plate, it is. Talented hitter. Gallardo with 4 career home runs.
But you never want him to lead off the inning. Gets on, kind of clogs the bases.
So you'd rather have him with 2 outs hit a 2-run homer.
Right.
That's in the Ken Maka playbook. Gallardo draws more attention in batting practice than most of the hitters. Pitchers, starting pitchers, take batting practice every day, and they do it at about the same time the regular players are stretching just off to the right side there in front of the dugout. And every time Gallardo comes up, everybody's watching, taking a close look. Giovanni sends plenty of baseballs into the Friday's grill out there.
And they want to make sure he doesn't get hurt.
And that.
Don't hit him, Eddie.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Gallardo. Anxious to see how Gallardo swings the bat here as we roll on through the season, because his reputation is out there now. I mean, every opponent knows how well he swings the bat. And Dempster pitching to Gallardo accordingly.
Yeah, not just throwing fastballs down the middle.
Dempster strikes him out. 5 strikeouts, make it 6 strikeouts for Ryan Dempster. Wisconsin is presented by Blaine Farm and Fleet. You'll always find value at your local Farm and Fleet. By Piggly Wiggly, shop the pig and save. And by Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin.
Welcome back to Miller Park, where the Brewers lead the Cubs in the top of the 3rd inning. It's a 2-0 lead. I'm pleased to be joined by Brewers Executive Vice President of Basketball Business Operations, Rick Schlesinger. And Rick, you got a lot of good stuff coming up here during the summer. Last weekend, Ryan Braun's bobblehead was a huge success, but tell us what else is coming up.
Well, this week with the Marlins in town, we got Spring Madness, $1 hot dogs, $1 sodas, half-price tickets for any ticket, $28 or less. Always popular here in Milwaukee, and if the weather warms up, it'll feel like spring, but whether or not it's warm or not, we'll have the roof, and we'll have the heat, and we'll have inexpensive tickets and low-priced beverages and hot dogs.
And other events you guys have coming up, fans can always go to Brewers.com to figure out all the latest things, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, there's always a ticket special or a promotion. Vote Brewers, trying to get the Brewers on the All-Star team. And we're one of the leaders so far, so we want to get everybody voting for Braun, Cameron, Ricky Weeks, Prince Fielder, all those guys.
And tomorrow with Mother's Day also, you guys are in conjunction with the Susan G. Komen Foundation. Talk a little bit about that and how special it'll be at the ballpark tomorrow.
Well, with the pink bat and Billy Hall's famous home run in 2006, a lot of our players are big supporters. Jeff Suppan. It's a great charity. It's a great promotion. A lot of exposure. We'll have a sellout here tomorrow, and everybody brings awareness to the cancer research they do, and we're a big part of it.
All right, thanks for your time, and once again, we'll be checking in with you throughout the summer.
Oh, great.
All right, B.A. and Rock.
Telly, thanks a lot. Thanks to Rick Schlesinger. Boy, he and his team doing a great job. Ballpark filled once again tonight. And the Brewers out to an early lead against the Cubs. Gallardo works the count full on Alfonso Soriano. A lot of strikeouts tonight. Dempster already with 6 punch-outs through the first 2 innings.
Yeah, 10 combined. Amazing. We knew it was going to be good pitching tonight, but that's a lot of strikeouts in 2 innings.
Well, Gallardo posted back-to-back strikeouts in the second when he needed them most. First 2 had reached for the Cubs. They had runners at first and third. Nobody out. Gallardo struck out Fontenot, then Scales, and got Dempster to fly out to end the inning. Brewers with 2 in the first. Counsell and Braun scoring the runs, and Gallardo's got another one. Number 5 for Giovanni, and this pitching matchup living up to its early billing.
Yeah, 15 punch-outs already in the ball game. It's amazing the way these guys are going at it. Ryan Dempster has struck out every out so far tonight. Only 2 Cup batters have put the bat on the baseball for outs.
See the Firestone leaderboard above. The Brewers with the best record at 13-4 since April 22nd. And that April 22nd date was the day after the 11-run barrage the Phillies put on Milwaukee. Brewers were at 4-9. That was their low ebb. Ryan Braun had some comments, kind of calling out himself and the rest of his teammates, all facets of the game. And the Brewers have had the best record since, and it's eerily similar to what happened last year in Boston.
Well, you don't want to be doing that every year, though. Kind of well-timed, maybe, and put in the right spot, but you don't want to be crying wolf all the time. But so far, it's worked. Actually, of course, it's 11 strikeouts and 13 outs, certainly not 15 strikeouts. Still a lot of strikeouts.
Well, Gallardo, second straight hitter. He's gone 3-1. Came back to get Soriano a moment ago. Serio, good contact hitter. And that's ball 4. So it's the second walk allowed by Giovanni Gallardo. Well, why are the Brewers 13-4 since April 22nd? How about these numbers? Best team earned run average in that span. Scoring a lot of runs, hitting a lot of home runs, and really putting it all together. They won a stretch of 4 games without an error as well.
Well, for me, it's all about the pitching. I mean, that team earned run average in that stretch, a little over 3. That's tremendous. Talked about the home runs. They like to score their runs with the home run ball. Dempster does not allow many.
Kosuke Fukudome batting for the second time. He walked last time up with 2 outs against Gallardo. Cubs are going to be counting on Fukudome heavily over the next few weeks. Has 15 runs batted in. It's another guy with an on-base percentage off the charts. .436 on-base percentage. It's 137 points higher than his batting average. Yeah, great play by Kendall. Keeps Terrio at first.
Well, the Cubs have always been a club in the last couple of years that have worked the count very well. They give you tough at bats. A lot of those guys are not in the lineup. Ramirez, Derek Lee, guys that make you work. They don't strike out much. They walk a bunch. Good on base percentage. Makes it tough on a pitcher.
No, it has been a banged up 0-9 for the Chicago Cubs. Look at all of these injuries, and to significant players, all-star type players.
And Carlos Marmol not available yesterday, and that really hurt the Cubs. Heilman came in, 8th inning, got a walk and a home run. You get Marmol in there, it might be different.
Well, Ryan Terrio, the only Cub to play in all 30 games this year. But somehow the Cubs have managed to stay over 500. They're 16-13. Soriano off to a big start for Chicago offensively. He's carried a lot of the load so far with 9 homers and 18 RBIs.
And that's what Luther Pennell is just looking to do. Just keep their head above water. Don't get too far behind while these guys get healthy. And so far they've been able to do that.
2-2 to Fukudome. And that one's in the air to left. Braun came in, now going back, and he'll run it down for the out.
Hey fans, follow your team on your iPhone and iPod Touch with MLB.com. At Bat 2009 featuring play-by-play, video highlights, and live audio broadcast. Visit Brewers.com on your iPhone or iPod Touch to purchase.
Roof is closed tonight. A little cool, a little rainy outside. A lot of rain in the area last night and earlier today. Temperatures in the low 50s as we start tonight. Here's Milton Bradley, swings at the first pitch, fouls it back, chased one out of the strike zone. Derek Lee with that bulging disc in his neck. That's not going to be something that goes away probably. I mean, he's going to be able to play a few days and have to sit for a few days.
Yeah, maybe just give him one more day.
Missing his 4th consecutive game here tonight.
Don't want to rush him back, right? Don't need him in there tomorrow. Make sure he's healthy.
Wait till you get to Wrigley. This is the guy that causes a little bit of concern. He is normally a very good hitter. Big production from Milton Bradley, and off to a slow start. Hit a home run last night.
Yeah, and the reason they got him was because he had some pop from the left side. Cubs, just like the Brewers, very right-hand dominant, particularly with the power, and he has not produced.
Oh, 0-2 with 2 outs. Gallardo sitting on 5 strikeouts. And did he go? No, he didn't. Tom Hallion, third base umpire, palms down, and Bradley will live to see another pitch. Oof.
Could have gone either way.
That one just missed.
That is a tight zone out there tonight, folks. Jason Kendall having a chat with Jerry Crawford and doing it the way he is supposed to, with his eyes forward. Might have been high.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Theriot still at first. And Bradley takes another ball. Wow. Gallardo not missing by much. Bradley not chasing. And it's 3-2.
Well, Jerry Crawford not giving a high strike, not giving a low strike. It was on the corner, just a little bit low. Good call.
So Theriot will get a head start here. Fielder not even holding him on. He takes off, and Gallardo walks him. 3rd walk given up by Giovanni. Milton Bradley very patient at the plate. And the Cubs have 2 men aboard with 2 outs, and Michael Hoffpower coming up.
Man, Milton Bradley very fortunate that he wasn't rung up on that check swing. Kind of interesting because he and Tom Hallion had it out a couple of times last night. But not the vindictive nature down there at third base.
And Bradley not applying the hitter's creed, too close to take with 2 strikes.
Right. And rewarded both times.
You'd have been hacking with 2 strikes.
I'd have been out. I'd have hacked on that ball in the dirt.
Trying to hit it on the bounce. Now the Cubs, their staple last year was patience at the plate. They have not been so patient this year. You got a lot of young guys playing a lot of innings now. Hoffpower takes a strike.
And that makes a difference. Ordinarily, the teams that are patient are the veteran clubs. Guys that have been around a while know the strike zone, know how to wait back. Sometimes tough for young players to do.
Hoffpower to center field, playable for Duffy. And Gallardo gets through another one. 2 more stranded for the Cubs. 3 scoreless for Giovanni, and Ryan Braun scheduled to hit when we come back. Top of the order against Dempster. Stay with us. Jason Kendall having a chat with Jerry Crawford. Kendall should know he's been rung up the last 2 days on a swinging strike when he thought he checked it.
I'm just trying to figure out what the parameters are in that strike zone. You talked about the high pitch not called, the low one not called. Ordinarily, an umpire is not going to give you too much on either corner. I mean, that's a given. With Quest Tech and all the video reviews, they're not going to do that. But the only real wiggle room they have is up and down, and Jerry Crawford not given either.
Crawford's been around this game a long time, 3 decades in the big leagues, 32 years. And he's the son of a major league umpire, Henry Crawford, and his brother Joe, an NBA referee. And they are very similar. Had some good fun with Joe when I worked in the NBA.
Is he kind of tight on the calls?
He has a very tight strike zone as well.
A lot of touch fouls. You know, we keep talking about that strike zone. You know who we're going to get a visit from.
Well, in that case, that's you talking about the strike zone.
Bruce Fremick.
And me just listening.
He'll be marching in here soon.
Hey, Schroeds. Let's get your eyes checked. Ricky Weeks pulls one. It's going to be a tough play. Terrio a jump throw. Not in time. Derek Jeter style, but Weeks runs too well. And the Brewers have a leadoff single here in the 3rd inning.
Well, you knew once Bobby Scales wasn't able to get to it, it was going to be an impossible play for Terrio to get Ricky. He runs too well. Off the end of the bat, tried to pull a pitch away from him, and with his speed, able to beat it.
So Weeks, an infield hit to start it, and it's Craig Counsell who singled last time up. Milwaukee scoring twice in the 1st. Counsell singled, then Braun drove him in with a double, and then Braun, while stealing 3rd base, saw the throw from Soto go into the outfield, and he scored easily. Stolen base and an error for run number 2. Dempster has 6 strikeouts, no walks, and 3 hits allowed. All but one of the outs have come on the strikeout. How's that possible through 2 innings, you ask? Well, Kendall struck out, but a wild pitch put him on first base.
Yeah, and that out was a comebacker to the pitcher. So every time the Brewers seem to make decent contact, they're getting base hits, which has not been that often. Not yet. This guy's been a good one. I mean, even when you look at a rough start, it's all relative. I mean, he was so good last year. You know, 4.86 ERA. Really only had that one disastrous start a couple of starts ago against the Diamondbacks. And that wasn't that bad. Gave up 5 runs in 6 innings. Well, that's bad for him.
Dempster has been an all-star with 2 clubs now. He was an all-star with the Marlins back in 2000, and an all-star as a Cub last year. He's been a closer in this league. Had Tommy John surgery in 03, the ligament replacement surgery in his throwing elbow, and he credits the Cubs for giving him a chance to come back. A leap of faith for Chicago, and boy, did he ever reward him. Into the starting rotation last year.
And a split-fingered fastball from Dempster on a 2-1 pitch. Very unusual, but he'll throw the splitter to lefties. Not so much to right-handed hitters. That's when he throws the slider. Got better command of the slider than he does the split. Not a pitch that's designed to throw for a strike.
Dempster's from British Columbia. He's 32 years of age. Just turned 32 last week. BC boy. Weeks takes off, pitches way outside, ball 4. So the first 2 have reached for the Brewers, and here comes Ryan Braun. Ryan with a dramatic home run last night, and his 7th home run of the year proved to be a game winner. He's the club leader now, Powerball home run leaderboard, courtesy of the Wisconsin Lottery. Ryan now with 7 homers, 27 runs batted in after his RBI double in the first inning.
Yeah, that home run last night came after Aaron Heilman threw 5 consecutive pitches out of the strike zone. Threw him a pitch away, stayed back and ripped it out of here over the Cubs bullpen in right center. An impressive at bat. A lot of guys going to go up there in that situation and take one, make him throw a strike. Ambushed him.
After 5 straight balls from Heilman, Braun delivered with an opposite field home run. He's tied for 3rd in the league in RBIs, in an RBI spot here in the 3rd inning. And Braun will be the first to tell you his RBIs are up because the guys in front of him getting on base at a major clip. Guys like Ricky Weeks and Corey Hart. Tonight, Craig Counsell.
And Prince and Hardy starting to hit. So all that combined, pitchers are starting to throw him strikes.
Now what Ryan Braun has done in his last 16 games, just remarkable. Look at the numbers. 424 average. 6 of his 7 home runs have come in the last 16. On base percentage off the charts at .521. And all but 6 of his RBIs in the last 2.5 weeks.
And really handling the pitch away very well. You see most of the base hits that you're watching right there on pitches away, breaking balls, fastballs away. Dale Swain very pleased at the patience of his club so far. Particularly him. 3rd in the league in walks.
And the ultimate protection for Braun. Dempster going to be forced to throw him a good pitch here. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Fielder on deck. And Braun in a pretty good spot. Takes a strike. Larry Rothschild, the Cubs pitching coach, wasted no time jumping out of the dugout and to the mound. He must have seen something he didn't like from Dempster.
Dempster went away from his fastball. That's what he did. Throwing a 2-1 split-fingered fastball to Craig Counsell. Not something you see all that much.
3-1. Weeks started it with an infield hit. And then Counsell walked. 1st and 2nd. Nobody out. Ryan Braun in a hitter's count at 3 balls and 1 strike. Big spot for the Brewers early tonight, leading 2-0. Braun takes ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Fielder steps up with the bases full and nobody out. Prince and Braun, the combined numbers this year: 10 homers, 25 runs in the last 17 games. This is in that run where the Brewers are 13-4.
Remember the first couple of weeks, the Brewers on a 4-9 start. Everybody worried about the middle of the order. You knew they were going to get it going, and they certainly have. Those 2 guys are the key to the offense.
Well, Fielder's still looking for his first career grand slam. Thought he had one against the Cubs the first Sunday of the year. He was robbed by Reed Johnson right here at Miller Park. 2-0 Brewers. And Dempster falls behind.
A lot of off-speed pitches from Ryan Dempster. That was a split-fingered fastball to start Prince. They still have the shift on. Terrio on the second base side of the bag. And Bobby Scales over playing it in a hole between 3rd and short.
There's a strike on the inside corner. Take you back. First Sunday of the year, Fielder hit a towering fly ball to right. And one of the best catches of the year so far. Reed Johnson, the super athletic outfielder for the Cubs, pulling one back, and a good show of sportsmanship between those two. Fielder did not like that call from Jerry Crawford. Ball and a strike, bases loaded, and Fielder hits one high in the air to center. This is going to be caught, but deep enough to score Weeks as Fukudome's throw goes to third base. And Milwaukee leads 3-0.
Yeah, Prince did not like that call by Jerry Crawford on that 1-0 pitch. It was inside. It looked like it was in, and we've been talking all night, at least in the first 3 innings, how tight the strike zone has been, and that's a big call. I mean, 1-1 instead of 2-0 on a pitch that was inside. It looked like it was in off the plate. This is the fastball that we were talking about, a 1-0 count. Pitch is in. You can see Prince not very happy about it. There's the 1-1 pitch. Got a little bit more to the plate, and he got the sac fly.
Now it's Hardy. Hardy struck out to end the first inning. First and second for JJ. 3-0 Brewers as we play in the third. Milwaukee trying to cash in early. Strike one. Hardy drove in a run yesterday on a home run. His 5th of the year. At the time made it a 2-1 Cubs lead. Brewers got 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th last night. In a spot where you thought you'd see Carlos Marmol. Instead it was Heilman. And the Brewers took advantage.
Yeah, Marmol with a leg issue, and he had pitched in 2 consecutive days, so Luke Piniella figured he was going to give him a day off. And it may very well have cost him a win, because Marmol and Kevin Gregg a pretty good 1-2 punch back of that bullpen.
Well, Dempster was sharp through the first 2 innings. Did give up 2 hits in that first. Brewers used some aggressive base running to plate the 2 runs. Dempster had 6 strikeouts in the first 2 innings.
And one of the strikeouts actually reached base. So he had to get 7 outs in the first 2 innings.
Giovanni Soto a quick trip to the mound.
And Dempster just doesn't look very comfortable out there in the mound. In the first couple innings he was pounding the strike zone, and for whatever reason he's really gone to a lot of off-speed pitches, sliders and split-fingered pitches. Hasn't thrown too many fastballs for strikes.
He's got good life on his fastball, good velocity as well, but he hasn't thrown it much. Certainly hasn't thrown it for strikes much. So another hitter's count. Dempster has walked 2 in this inning, 3-1 to Hardy, and that one's on the corner for a strike. 3 balls, 2 strikes on JJ. Hardy pops it up. Soto gives it a look, and he's going to make the catch. Leaning over the rail, Soto makes the catch, stayed with it the whole way. And a big out for Dempster. It's out number 2 here in this 3rd inning.
And Soto really proved last year to be a very good defensive catcher. Handled the pitching staff very well. Made this one look easy. And had a pretty good opportunity to catch it. Nobody over there to really give him any problems. Need some Brewer fans over there.
They wouldn't budge. David Patton already loosening in the Cubs bullpen. Pitch count climbing for Dempster. He's already at 60. 2 outs now for Corey Hart. Strikeout victim in the second. Corey Hart delivered a big 2-out run producing hit in Cincinnati the other day. That was part of that blowout of the Reds. Brewers scored 15 runs and 20 hits, but in the first inning there were 2 outs and no runs had scored. The bases were loaded. Hart with a single, and he drove in a pair, and that kind of opened up the floodgates at that point. And that's a shot back up the middle. It's knocked down by Fontenot. The throw to first is in time. It hit Dempster. Fontenot made the play and somehow gets the out. 1-4-3 on the putout. And the Cubs avoid further disaster. A run does score. It's 3-0 Brewers. Miller Park, the Brewers off to a good start tonight. Counsell had a single with 1 out, and then the next batter, Ryan Braun, drove him in with a double. Fielder added the third one, a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the third inning. Meanwhile, Giovanni Gallardo 3 scoreless with 5 strikeouts. He's given up 3 walks thus far, and the Brewers lead 3-0. Gallardo has allowed 2 hits and 3 walks to go along with those 5 Ks. Facing Giovanni Soto to lead off. Soto, the rookie of the year last year in the National League. It was a battle between he and Joey Votto. Jay Bruce was in the running for a little while. But Soto, the clear favorite last season among rookies, had a huge year for Chicago. He's been nursing a shoulder injury this year. Did not start last night. He did pinch hit. And makes the start tonight for the first time in the series.
And it really hasn't affected his throwing a whole lot, but his offense has certainly suffered. I mean, deserving of that rookie of the year, given the fact that he caught so many games, handled that pitching staff, and was able to chime in offensively. He was a nice surprise for the Cubs.
Now, Soto gives a lot of credit to his major league success to Henry Blanco, who was the Cubs backup last year. Talked to Henry this spring in Arizona. Blanco with the Padres now, and he said when Soto won the Rookie of the Year, he cried. Blanco shed a tear.
Right.
Soto was fine.
Well, Henry put a lot of stock and put a lot of time and effort into Soto in spring training and throughout the year. I'm sure that those two lockered next to each other or very close. Talked about pitching. Talk about calling a game. There aren't too many better defensive catchers than Henry Blanco.
And to do it for a young player who is basically the starter and taking at-bats and innings away, it says a lot about Henry Blanco. Soto takes a called strike. Gallardo nails the spot. Number 6 for Giovanni. Aflac trivia tonight, Rock. You're going to love this one. Who are the top 2 leadoff hitters in the National League?
You're talking about batting average?
That could go in a lot of different ways.
Or this is subjective.
It could be just an opinion you might have, or it could be home runs and RBIs. Let's go with home runs and RBIs.
So it doesn't have anything to do with getting on base?
You know, that would be a prerequisite for batting at the top of the order. But in this particular case, according to the Duck, in a late addition, home runs and RBIs. Can only fit so much on the graphic.
Is that this year? Kind of a vague question.
You're just defining the parameters. That's totally understandable.
I want to know what I'm trying to figure out here.
This year.
Okay, the little birdie told us it's this year. It's got to be 2 guys in this game, doesn't it?
It's possible. If you keep asking questions, you might eliminate everybody else. That is a fair ball. Just inside the line. Fontenot on his way to second. Got a chance here. Hart's throw. Not in time. Fontenot in there safely. A good throw from Hart. Somehow beat it. And it's a hustle double for Mike Fontenot.
Yeah, if he hesitated just a little bit out of that batter's box, he would have been out. What a play by Corey Hart. He played to Karam down there along the right field stands perfectly and threw a strike all the way on the line to J.J. Hardy. Oh, what a play. There's this guy again, Mike Fontenot, tucking one inside the right field line. Watch Corey Hart. He charges it. Looked pretty close. No argument from J.J.
So Fontenot, a double and the Cubs' 3rd hit. Kendall wants to go over the signals with Fontenot at second.
Mike Fontenot is amongst the toughest Cub outs for the Brewer pitching staff over the last couple of years. Bare hands it all in one motion, able to get it off to second base. And it looked like a pretty good call. He was in there.
Scales chased one.
What a difference in the look of this Cub lineup. Instead of Aramis Ramirez, you got Bobby Scales, a guy that doesn't have a whole lot of major league experience.
Has only 5 major league at bats. He's 2 for 5. Scales had a triple yesterday, pinch hit for Randy Wells. With the short bullpen, it was a little bit surprising that Piniella brought the starter out in the 5th inning, or after 5 innings on the mound. Scales, though, rewarded his skipper. He tripled to lead the inning off and then scored immediately thereafter.
Now Jerry Crawford hearing it from the Brewer dugout. Nobody happy with the strike zone tonight.
Two balls and a strike on Scales. Gallardo struck him out last time up. And there's a strike. And Crawford takes an extra peek. Hands on his hips.
They call it rabbit ears. Guys should be able to, bark a little bit in that dugout. It's happened for 100 years. Something tells me that Jerry Crawford's going to end up throwing somebody out of here.
It's kind of brewing.
You get the sense that he's got a little burr under his saddle.
Somebody's leaving this game. It might be you, but somebody's going out. Remember Gene Peterson? You ever heard he was a He was a radio broadcaster with the Houston Rockets.
Uh-huh.
He got thrown out of a game one time.
Yeah.
Of course, they're a lot closer in the NBA than we are.
Yeah, there's precedent.
Council has room for this one. And it's out number 2.
Well, check out the fun at the Associated Bank Kids Zone here at Miller Park. Visit every home game from the time the gates open until the end of the ball game. Associated Bank Kids Zone, that's associated with fun. Just like we're having here at the old ballpark tonight.
A lot of fun at the old ballpark.
Every night's fun at the ballpark.
Why wouldn't it be?
Man, especially last night.
Late fun last night. Dempster once again got a runner at second. Dempster was up there with 2 on in the second inning. Gallardo got him to fly out. The Brewers will have Duffy, Kendall, and Gallardo due up in the 4th inning. And Maka wants Gallardo to go right after Dempster here. Well, tried another breaking ball. A little bit surprised at that one.
Yeah, you don't want to be leaving a breaking ball up in the zone. You're really doing a pitcher a favor when you do that. You want to stay hard on the hands ordinarily.
Now it's 3-1. Well, this is a tough spot here. Soriano is next.
And just throw it right down the middle. Let him take a good whack at it. He might be taken here.
And Gallardo walks him. Boy, that is playing with fire. Gallardo lets Dempster get away. The pitcher who does not have a hit this year. And now we'll have to face Alfonso Soriano representing the tying run.
I think just a chance for Billy Castro to go out there and calm Yo down. I mean, he's got to be hot under the collar right now after walking Dempster. This is a well-timed trip to the mound right here.
Gallardo normally has impeccable command. Tonight, 4 walks. And that was a big walk given up to Dempster. So now he deals with Soriano, whom he has struck out twice thus far. Soriano's been one of the hottest Cub hitters. He's got 9 home runs already this year with 18 runs batted in. Soriano currently tied for 2nd in the National League in long balls. He's the tying run here in the 4th.
There's not a guy in baseball that stands closer to home plate than Soriano. Not only is he up on the plate, but he's very close to the pitcher. He's got that front foot right on the front line of the batter's box. Very rarely do you see anybody do that. And sometimes on a pitch inside, it's not as inside as he may make it look. Right on the plate, up on the plate toward the pitcher, and uses one of the biggest bats in baseball.
Curveball strike. A knee buckler from Gallardo. That might be his best breaking ball of the night right there.
He's having a tough time commanding that pitch. That went up in the zone, but Soriano not looking for it.
Big flinch from Soriano in that first pitch up and in. Might have set up that curveball. 2 on for the Cubs. They have left 5 on already tonight. The 1-2, and down he goes. Soriano, a swing and a miss, and Gallardo picks up his 7th strikeout. The Cubs have now left 7 batters. The I-94 rivalry continues at Miller Park.
Well, Yo struggling with his command just a little bit, but no problem against Soriano to get him for the third consecutive time. It was all set up by the first pitch. Up and in. You get Soriano very conscious of in. Threw it right down the middle, fouled it off, then 2 curveballs. 1 for a strike, 1 down in the dirt. I mean, that's just textbook pitching. Up and in, down and away. It's been happening since the beginning of baseball, and it worked that time.
And when you have the kind of stuff Gallardo has, you can really do some damage. And despite his 4 walks, Gallardo has 7 strikeouts. He struck out Soriano 3 times tonight. His pitch count is up there, though. It's over 90 pitches through the first 4 innings. So 3-0 Brewers, and Duffy leads off. Bottom of the order for Milwaukee: Duffy, Kendall, and then Gallardo. Duffy only 2 for 23 at the plate this year. Does have 2 runs batted in, and both of them were significant at the time. They were late inning RBIs that either tied it or put the Brewers ahead. And Dempster strikes him out. Let's check in with Telly Hughes.
Guys, it's time to check in with the crew in the community. Also, the American Drive-In Movie Theater will be brought back to life, as the parking lots of Miller Park will be the site of Miller Park movies on June 5th and 6th, as well as August 7th and 8th. Tickets for the June 5th and 6th event are on sale now and can be purchased by visiting Brewers.com or calling 414-902-4000. On Friday, June 5th, the great comedy Anchorman will lead off, followed by Jaws on Saturday, June 6th. The Sandlot will be the early film, followed by Major League. And guys, I don't know if you knew this, Anchorman was made after Craig Kashan's life, so you might want to check that out.
It's kind of a big deal.
Which Jaws is it?
Jaws is pretty funny too, actually. You know, now that you have a chance so many years later, it's a little bit hilarious as an enormous fish like that.
Oh yeah. I laughed the whole time.
He's an agile animal.
I assume it's the original Jaws.
Sure, it's got to be for a drive-in.
That's the best one.
That's perfect. I like that logo too. Well, you might as well utilize the grounds here. It's great fun coming out to Miller Park.
Brewers will be in Atlanta.
Kendall with 1 away. 3-0 Brewers here in the 4th.
That's what they should do. They put that big screen up there and show our games. It's a good idea, huh?
Yeah.
You throw that up there in the club level, see how that goes.
So Rock's coming up with ideas now. The bouncer, Dempster can't find it. Now recovers. Throw is wide. That's going to go to the wall over there. Kendall on his way to second. And the Brewers have a base runner after all of that.
Well, it should be a base hit and an error, but it could be a double error on Ryan Dempster. Comebacker, relatively easy play, knocks it down. And then the throw allows Jason Kendall to get to second base. We'll see what they call it.
That'll go as an infield hit and an error on Dempster. So Kendall now just 6 hits shy of 2,000 in his career. He is aboard for Gallardo. Dempster just didn't know where it was. He thought it popped up out of his glove instead of down. Think about that play last inning on Corey Hart. The Brewers are going to get another run if Dempster doesn't deflect that line drive. He actually tipped it towards Fontenot, who made a great play to get Corey Hart. That ended the inning. And although the Brewers did score a run, could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, no doubt that ball would have ended up in center field.
Giovanni lines one right to Theriot. Kendall, good job running the bases. No threat of a double play. Giovanni stings one for the out. 2 away now. Back to the top of the order, and Ricky Weeks. Aflac trivia. Speaking of leadoff hitters, who are the top 2 leadoff hitters in the National League, home runs and RBIs this year? Aflac on Saturday nights. Alfonso Soriano and Ricky Weeks. There you go. See, it all comes together.
You got to find out what you're talking about. I mean, you know, it's kind of a subjective thing. Who's the best? You narrow it down to home runs and RBIs. That makes sense.
Weeks with 6 homers, 19 RBIs. Soriano 9 homers, 18 RBIs. What's interesting about Weeks, Ken Maka kind of lifted that approach that, you know, it's important to get on. The real approach for Weeks this year, at least from Ken Maka and Dale Swaim, is jump on hittable pitches, whether it's the first pitch you see or the 5th.
Yeah, sometimes you can be too patient up there. The best pitches to hit, you're trying to work the count, and they're going right by you.
And Maka making a good point. You know, Weeks mostly is a leadoff hitter once a night. Sometimes he'll come around and lead an inning off, but the other times he hits, he's in a spot like this with the lineup's turned over, especially with a pitcher hitting basically behind him, or in front of him, I should say. He drops a bunt down, you're in an RBI situation.
And you can't change what kind of hitter you are based on the situation. So you have a certain approach. If your approach is, and you're told you got to be patient and getting on base, you're going to take that type of an approach into this type of situation. You need to be aggressive with men on base.
And would you know it? Weeks draws the walk, and he's been seeing as many pitches per at bat this year than he did last year. Might even be more, even with the new approach. So first and second for the Brewers with 2 outs, and here is Counsell.
Well, the idea is hit first. You know, it's like basketball. You get the basketball, you think shoot. If you don't have a shot, you pass. You got to be aggressive, be in an aggressive mode, but looking for strikes. My experience in junior high school basketball tells me that.
Shoot first.
I was always open.
The black hole that was Bill Schroeder. Braun waits. Counsell trying to deliver here with 2 outs. The Brewers have been knocking on the door against Dempster. 3 runs are in. Chance for more here in this 4th inning. Counsell lifts one in the air to center. And 2 more base runners stranded. Both teams have left a ton of runners, but the Brewers have a 3-0 lead. RBIs tonight from Braun and Fielder, and it's 3-0. Meanwhile, Giovanni Gallardo has been a little bit of a battle. He's had a lot of base runners on behind him, but He's gone 4 shutout, and Rocky has 7 strikeouts despite 4 walks.
Yeah, he's thrown an awful lot of pitches, but is able to keep the Cubs off the board. It kind of reminds you a little bit of the outing you had against the Pirates, where the Pirates are able to get men on base. Only 3 base hits, but the 4 walks has really got that pitch count up for Yo.
Officially,
and you don't see that too much. Sorry, partner.
89 pitches for Gallardo as he faces Ryan Theriot to start it out. After last night's start from Dave Bush, the Brewers, the National League leaders, actually the Major League leaders in quality starts, if you like that stat. Bouncer over to Counsell. And 1 out. Gallardo could use a quick inning here. Elsewhere in the National League tonight, the Cardinals and the Reds are in Cincinnati. Reds lead the division by 2 games over the Brewers. And that game is all tied at 2. Kyle Loesch and Aaron Harang. Ryan Ludwig has hit his 8th homer. And Jay Bruce has gone deep again, Rock. Number 9.
Yeah, that guy's something else. That guy can hit. And he has built, his swing is perfect for that ballpark. Short porch and left, a left-handed hitter that uses left field very well.
Joey Votto still out of the lineup. Flu bug kind of ran through that Reds clubhouse while the Brewers were there. Brandon Phillips and Joey Votto got sick. Fukudome right to Hardy, out number 2.
Fukudome stays right down on his curveball. Not a bad pitch, and hits it on a line to JJ, who didn't have to move.
Here is Milton Bradley. Swings to the first pitch, fouls it away. Aggressive up there, hacking Bradley. Bradley walked his last time up. He's 0 for 1 tonight. That one's hit well into the gap, and that's going to fall, a base hit. So a single for Bradley, and the inning is extended here in the 5th.
Yeah, Gallardo able to get in on his hands. Down on the trademark just a little bit, dumping it in front of Corey Hart. So a 2-out base runner. Still not a 3-up, 3-down inning for either pitcher tonight.
Michael Hoffpower. And he launches one high in the air, deep right field. Hart running out of room. And it's gone. A 2-run homer for the Cubs. Michael Hoffpower's 3rd of the year. And just like that, Chicago is within a run.
That guy has done very well against the Brewers. First pitch fastball right down the middle. And Hoffpower, that nice easy swing, able to get it out of here with 2 outs and nobody on. A broken bat base hit and a home run, and the Cubs right back in it.
Hoffpower jumping on the first pitch from Gallardo. So here is Soto now. 3-2 Brewers here in the 5th. Cubs finally cash in the 5th. Gallardo had stranded 7 base runners through the first 4 innings. Breaking ball for a strike. Micah Hoffpower, 2-run shot to deep right center. And a brand new ball game here at Miller Park. Soto stays alive. Hoffpower swung the bat so well this spring. He forced his way onto this ball club. He had a great spring last year too. Been waiting for his time, and he's taken advantage of it here the last couple of weeks. Gallardo strikes out Soto. That's his 8th strikeout, but he gives up a 2-run homer to Micah Hoffpower. 3-2, brand new ball game here at Miller Park.
There is the Fire Pit Sports Bar and Grill at the Potawatomi Bingo Casino in Milwaukee. If the Tavern Contact calls the Brewers by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they get 40 tickets to a 2009 Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Jeff Kopp's probably on the phone right now. Within the minute. Oh, Braun hit by a pitch. And Braun and Jerry Crawford talking about it. Wasn't sure that he was going to call a hit by pitch. For a moment there, he thought he was called for a foul ball. Dempster coming high and tight on Ryan Braun. And the Brewers a leadoff base runner, but a very scary pitch from Dempster.
It looked like it might have hit the bat, but Jerry Crawford saying it hit the helmet. That hit the helmet, glanced right off the helmet. Wasn't a fastball anyway. Looked like a changeup. You see the grip on it. Ryan trying to bunt, goes off the helmet, and first base the hard way. Brewers continue to lead the National League in hit batters. Been a lot of those this year.
Fielder among the league leaders in hit by pitch. Seth McClung begins to get loose for the Brewers.
Yeah, Brewers have now been hit by 17 pitches already this year. On the flip side, the Brewer pitching staff has hit 17 of their own. So it's good for the goose, right?
2-0 on Prince. You just get the sense that the Brewers have been close to a knockout punch all game against Dempster, but he has managed to strand 5 runners in the last 3 innings. Brewers scored twice in the first, and then Fielder knocked in a run with a sac fly in the third. in that inning, the Crew had bases loaded with Fielder coming up, nobody out, and they only managed the 1 run against Dempster.
And Brewers tonight 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. No, a hit in one of those situations and it might be a different story.
Two and two as Dempster starting to use his fastball a little more here in the last 2 innings. Hardy would be next.
Yeah, it's all about perspective. He's been throwing so many off-speed pitches that all of a sudden 91, 92 on the fastball looks quick to the Brewer hitters. He got that one by Prince.
Braun takes off. The pitch is high and the throw to second in time. That is exactly why Ken Maka does not like to run with home run hitters at the plate.
And Giovanni Soto throws very well. Well, Ryan was able to steal third early in the ball game. A good pitch to throw on for Soto. Up in the zone and not even close at second base. An easy out.
And Fielder keeps it at a 3-2 count. Well, the Brewers' failure rate on the bases is getting to the point where Ken Maka might shut down the running game entirely. I mean, the Brewers have not had a lot of success after opening day when they stole 4 bases. Braun had 2 of them on opening day.
His stolen base percentage at about 50%, not very good.
Fielder down on strikes. And it's 2 outs. Well, Ryan Dempster, he's been walking a fine line, but he's in the ballgame. Dempster struck out 6 batters in the first 2 innings, has 7 punch-outs for the game, despite giving up the 3 runs on 4 hits.
He's only walked 1. That's why he's been able to stay in this game. Actually, he's walked 2.
There's J.J. Hardy with 2 outs. Looked like a promising inning. Braun at first, Fielder in a hitter's count.
Can I try that again with the walks?
How many walks does Ryan Dempster have, Rock?
3.
I got him for 4. No, you're right. 3 in a hit battle. There have been 8 base runners tonight via hit or hit batter. How's that?
I'm going to leave the numbers to you tonight, partner.
Don't forget the wild pitch on the strikeout to Kendall. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Cubs took 2 out of 3 from the Brewers. First homestand of the year. In fact, the Brewers lost their first 3 series of the year. Have not lost a series yet, or since, I should say. That's really all a manager asks of his club. Win series. Just keep winning series. You're going to suffer your share of losses.
Yeah, just stay away from the sweeps. Play well on the road, and to win on the road you have to have good pitching, which the Brewers have gotten.
Hardy pops it up. Fukudome waits right in his tracks. And that's the inning. A scoreless frame for Dempster. We head to the 6th at Miller Park. Presented by the Wisconsin Lottery and its family of instant scratch games. Odds are you'll like them. By AirTran. Go. There's nothing stopping you. And by Aflac. We've got you under our wing. And this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Brewers. Sellout crowd tonight at Miller Park. The Brewers and the Cubs. Game 2 of this 3-game series. And it's 3-2 Milwaukee as we head to the 6th. And Rock, here comes Seth McClung out of the Brewer bullpen.
And Seth's been throwing pretty well. He last pitched in Cincinnati. Snapped a nice string of consecutive scoreless appearances. He's been throwing his curveball for strikes, which is always a key to his success. And that big fastball to back it up.
Gallardo is out after 5 innings. Over 100 pitches for Gallardo in his 5 innings tonight. He is still in line for the win if the Brewer bullpen can take it the rest of the way. Giovanni, 4 walks, 8 strikeouts tonight. It's David Patton. He was loosening earlier when Dempster was in trouble. Dempster's managed to go through 5. His spot in the order is down in the hold right now. That'll be 3rd up in this inning. Reds have taken the lead on the Cardinals 4-2. That one in the bottom of the 6th. Mets all over the Pirates today, Rock. 10-1, 17 hits for New York. And Pittsburgh, remember when they were in Milwaukee, they were 4 games over 500.
Yeah, they lost 6 straight. When the Brewers went into Pittsburgh, their pitching staff was the tops in the league. They're still pretty good at an ERA just under 4. But things are not going very well for the Pirates right now.
Pirates went from 4 games over at 11-7 to 12-18. They are 6 under 500 now. Brewers swept them in that 2-game series. Cardinals swept them in 2. Now McClung's worked it full here. McClung in his first inning out of the bullpen. Gallardo giving up the 4 walks and 5 hits in his 5 innings.
Had a tough time tonight with his curveball.
Three and 2 to Fontenot, who doubled his last time up. Stays alive. Elsewhere in the Central Division of the National League, the Astros lead the Padres 2-1. Dodgers won again today. They beat the Giants after the Giants snap their run of good play at home. There's a swing and a miss. Kendall is going to have to secure it at first, and he does so for out number 1. It's the 9th strikeout for Brewer pitching. McClung his first. Giovanni Gallardo tonight, 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. Gave up the 2-run homer to Micah Hoffpower in the 5th. 4 walks and 8 strikeouts. He had some big strikeouts against Alfonso Soriano.
And most of the strikeouts coming on pitches that weren't even strikes. He had a couple of called strikes. One of those nights for Yo. He didn't have his best stuff, but still the Brewers have the lead. That's what he does. Sometimes he doesn't have his best stuff, but always keeps in the game.
He can win with his B stuff, is how you describe Gallardo, and that's how you define an ace. Not always going to bring your A game to the ballpark. When Gallardo brings his A game to the yard, he has no hitter type stuff. He has the potential to dominate like he did against the Pirates in that complete game victory, or the 8 innings of shutout ball. Had the complete game against the Astros.
And Yo's B game is better than most A game.
2-1 to Bobby Scales. Launches one high to right, playable for Hart. 2 up and 2 down. And the decision made for Lou Piniella. With Dempster's spot in the lineup coming up, he tells Ryan Dempster to go hit. 2 outs, nobody on. So
yeah, why not?
Dempster stays.
And bullpen a little bit short. Marmol's got a leg issue.
Dempster coming off his most efficient inning of the night in the 5th. He hit Ryan Braun, but Braun was thrown out trying to steal a base. Retired the next 2 hitters. Braves beat the Phillies today. Vasquez now 3-3. He's been good for Atlanta. 6-2 was the final. As Dempster down on strikes, and the inning is over. 1-2-3, the first of the night for the Brew Crew.
Chases one into the gap, and just that fast the Brewers had a 1-0 advantage. Braun will make his way home for a 2-0 lead. The Brewers take a 3-0 lead, and then Hoppower in the 4th, a 2-run home run. That's where we sit right now, 3-2. Ryan Dempster hit for himself, back out on the mound. 8 strikeouts against Brewer hitters so far. What do they have to do to get him here in the 6th, Davey?
Well, right now, both pitchers were pretty ineffective with their control. I think right now they've got to just start being very, very disciplined against Dempster. He's not finding the strike zone much, and they're swinging at balls down out of the zone.
So Corey Hart is set to lead off here in the 6th inning. Davey and I getting ready for Brewers live post-game report. Our instructional tonight, catching behind the plate, proper positioning, and Davey's going to help Bill out a lot with that one. Looking forward to it coming up.
Oh yeah,
Brian.
Bill can squat down. Just getting up is the problem.
Yeah,
that's the only issue. So he'll have no trouble on the first half of that.
Well, there won't be any blocking the balls or anything. I'm just going to squat down there, and hopefully the cameras will be gone and somebody can help me up.
You just roll over. Well, all of a sudden Dempster has put it together the last couple of innings. He did give up an infield hit and a walk in the 4th, but a 3-batter inning in the 5th. Dempster with 8 strikeouts thus far. Corey Hart was a strikeout victim in the 2nd inning. 96 pitches for Dempster. His command hasn't been where he usually is, but he continues the trend for Cubs pitching. They lead the major leagues in strikeouts.
And the Brewers have not had a hit to the outfield since the first inning. Only 4 base hits, 2 of them coming in the first. Base hit to left for Counsell. Ryan a double. Since then, 2 infield hits.
Well, Dempster struck out 7 his last time out against the Giants. 7 Ks in 7 innings against San Francisco. So a season high for strikeouts for Dempster. He once struck out 12 in a game last year against the Padres. Little cue shot from Hart. Off speed pitch from Dempster.
Yeah, when Dempster has that command of that slider. Now he can be tough. And the fastball in the corners. Effectively wild from time to time. He had almost 80 walks last year. And almost 190 strikeouts.
Full count to Hart. And Corey gets jammed and pops it up. Who wants it? Hoffpauir will call Soto off, and he's got it for out number 1. Well, some big news and notes going on around baseball. Ryan Zimmerman extended his hit streak to 26 games last night. He's 0 for 2 here tonight, so we'll be keeping an eye on Zimmerman. Zach Greinke, unbelievable. He's on the mound tonight for the Royals. 6-0, the best ERA in the big leagues. Matter of fact, in the American League, Bedard is his closest competitor at 2.37. And A-Rod homered on the first pitch he saw last night. Sabathia went the distance for the Yankees. And all is right in Gotham now that Sabathia and A-Rod are together.
Yeah, this is about the time where Sabathia started heating up last year. Got off to a rough April with the Cleveland Indians and then started to pitch pretty well. Yeah, Zach Greinke, though, I mean, we saw him a couple of times in spring training. And he was about unhittable in spring.
0.40 earned run average. Eric Bedard of the Mariners is off to a great start. He's second in the league in ERA, 2.37. That's the gap between 1 and 2 in the American League ERA chase. Greinke's off to one of the best starts in the history of the game. He's got 6 wins, 23 consecutive scoreless innings earlier this year. Neil Cott's a lefty, just in case. Chris Duffy trying to break free. Been a struggle this year. 2 for 24 at the plate. Duffy 0 for 2 tonight. And that one's hit well to center. Fukudome fell down, but able to recover for out number 2. Don't panic.
Yeah, right at you. Those are the toughest one for an outfielder, and a bit of a slip out there. Haven't seen too much of that this year. I mean, the new grass in the outfield has been providing some pretty good footing. Last year saw it a lot.
Brand new surface in the outfield. Infield got the makeover last year. Players is raving about the new turf here. Get a little Kentucky bluegrass in it. One ball, one strike on Kendall. Shoots one to the right side, off the glove of Hoffpauir and into right. And Kendall with a base hit. His second hit of the night. He's been on 3 times. And a 2-out knock for Kendall makes it decision time for Ken Maka.
Well, you can consider that one an infield hit, too. I mean, pretty close to one. So 3 consecutive hits for the Brewers. Of their 5 have been of the infield hit variety. That trickles into the outfield.
Bill Schroeder who said that, Jason. I had it as a hit in the outfield the entire time.
There you go. Just continuing with the theme of infield hits for the Brewers.
He ruined your theme.
Yeah.
It's okay. An infielder got a glove on it. Here's Seth McClung, his first at bat of the season. So Maka's going to let McClung swing the bat here. There is a spot in his swing that if Dempster puts it there, he's going to hit one into the dew deck.
And I talked about that last year. He heard me and got on me pretty good, so it's all you. He is a low ball hitter, folks. Anything up, he's going to have problems.
Big Red, Seth McClung. Or better hack. Here's a piece of trivia for you, okay? Seth McClung, in a single season, as a high schooler in West Virginia, the all-time single season home run champ. He's tied with Nick Swisher. He had 17 one year in high school. It's been a few years, though. And Big Red down on strikes. So Soriano will lead off for the Cubs. The Brewers strand a base runner, and it's a one-run game. The dangerous Cub leadoff hitter when we come back. 3-2 Brewers.
Register your child to be the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Junior Announcer by picking up an entry form at participating Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations. Call 414-902-4000 for details.
Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder, Telly Hughes from Miller Park, Milwaukee. Craig Kashan and Davey Nelson standing by for Brewers Live postgame following this one tonight. Big Saturday night crowd. It'll be sellout number 7 tonight, as Seth McClung allowed to hit for himself in the 6th inning, and now back on the mound for the 7th. Maka choosing to take the velocity of McClung and willing to sacrifice an at-bat with a 1-run lead. Soriano, a dangerous hitter.
Well, same thing that Lou Piniella did with Ryan Dempster. 2 outs, nobody on. Hey, maybe save a guy in that bullpen. Seth always enjoys to get in that bat.
Soriano breaks his bat. Greg Counsell with all kinds of time. Big hurdle to climb for McClung as he retires Soriano. Seth, a scoreless 6 with 2 strikeouts. Some of his best pitching last year came against the Chicago Cubs, not only here at Miller Park, but at Wrigley Field as well. A determined look. That was a familiar look last year.
And no coincidence that he's able to throw the curveball for strikes in those situations, because when he's able to do that, that fastball that he gets up there about 94, 95, very effective. But he's got to be able to throw that off-speed pitch for a strike.
Terrio is 0 for 2. Had a walk in the 3rd inning. And McClung falls behind him 2-1. Didn't chase. 3 balls and a strike. Good take by Terrio.
Yeah, a little sinker from Seth McClung. That's a pitch that he's added to his arsenal. 92 with a little bit of movement on it right at the end. Ordinarily you're going to see nothing but 4 seamers from McClung.
Fukudome waits. 3-2 to Terrio, and he fouls it away. McClung's so versatile in that you can use him in a lot of roles. He even started some games last year. And the contingency plan this spring, while Braden Looper was down with that oblique injury, McClung was starting at the same time Looper was, in case Looper couldn't make it back. Been a starter, been a reliever, even been a closer at the major league level. And misses badly there. Terrio draws the walk, and the Cubs have the tying run aboard with 1 out in the 7th inning. Willie Randolph talking to Ricky Weeks about Fukudome rolling over one. Protect that right side.
Yeah, particularly with that 2-seamer that Seth's been throwing lately. Got to be alive for the stolen base in this situation. McClung pretty slow to home plate.
Fukudome, big hack.
Gave him the old slide step that time.
He got Terrio in mid-stride with that pitch. Terrio was trying to get an extra step on his lead.
Kind of surprised everybody, Fukudome and the base runner.
Now Terrio with a big lead. Stetter will be next for the Brewers. Fukudome tries to drop a bunt down. Boy, that's the difference in this Cubs lineup with all their injuries. Fukudome has power, don't get me wrong, but it's Fukudome and not Derek Lee or Ramos Ramirez.
I don't believe that Lou Piniella wants him to do that. That's a number 3 hitter up there. Not too often you want your number 3 hitter to be bunting for a base hit.
Terrio has not made an attempt to run yet at first. 0-2 the count. 1-2.
Well, Seth's doing a good job on Terrio over there. Giving him a slide step. Quick pitch in Fukudome.
Terrio's only been caught twice this year. 7 for 9 in stolen bases. Had a stolen base yesterday. Big lead. Fukudome breaks his back. That's going to be a base hit. Terrio on his way to 3rd. And the Cubs have the tying run at 3rd base with just 1 out. Fukudome hung in there and delivers with a hit.
And not a bad pitch by Seth McClung. Got in on his hands, but able to muscle it into right field. Check it out. Pretty good pitch. Not a strike. You're supposed to be away. Seth missed inside. Missed by about 20 inches on that pitch, but Fukudome able to muscle it into right field.
So the Cubs a fly ball away from tying it up here. And Milton Bradley coming up. The Brewers are set up for a double play. Crowd into it now. 1 away. And the Cubs 7th. This could very well be McClung's last hitter. And a lefty on deck at half power. Will challenge him inside with a fastball. And Bradley takes ball 2, almost hit by the pitch.
And McClung really not a guy that you think about as a ground ball pitcher, so a double play really not what you're thinking about right here. You're looking for a strikeout or a pop-up. Relies on the high, hard fastball. A lot of times you get fly balls, not ground balls.
The Brewers have good arms in the outfield, strongest of which is in right and Hart. Theriot has great speed, though. Anything medium deep, and he'll score easily. 2-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Does Bradley have the green light here? 3-0. Ball 4. Bases loaded for the Cubs. And the call being placed to the bullpen.
Now you got to believe it's going to be Mitch Stetter because 2 of the next 3 hitters are left-handers. Hoffpauir, the right-hander Soto, and then Fontenot, the second baseman. That and the fact they really can't afford to have another walk in this inning.
So Maka will make the move. Took the gamble. He let McClung hit for himself. McClung gets 1 out in the 7th. And here comes Stetter into a mess. Blast in the 5th inning that changed the complexion of the ball game. Jumped on the first pitch from Gallardo with 2 outs and a 2-run home run. Went from 3-0 to 3-2, and now the Cubs with the bases loaded and 1 out. And Hoffpauir up there once again.
Well, back-to-back nights, Mitch Stetter has come in with the bases loaded. Did a good job yesterday, stranding 3. And of 11 that he's inherited this year, only 1 has scored.
Concern with Stetter in a bases loaded spot is command. And last night, nothing but strikes against Giovanni Soto, the pinch hitter, to get the final out. Big spot here in the 7th, and Hoffpauir swings at the first pitch, fouls it away. He's done a lot of damage ambushing that first pitch tonight. Doubled on the first pitch in the 2nd, and then his home run came on Gallardo's first offering in the 5th.
Yeah, got a hole over there by first base. Prince Fielder, even with the bag, thinking that a ball to Prince are going to come home.
Sweeping curveball from Stetter. No balls, 2 strikes on Hoffpauir. Tying run at 3rd. Bases loaded, 1 out for the Cubs in the 7th. And he got him. Stetter strikes him out. 3 pitches and a strikeout for Mitch Stetter.
All well located sliders. and the last one the best. Outstanding by Mitch Stetter, coming in back-to-back nights with the bases loaded. That was the best chance that Hoffpauir had. Then he went with the slider away, and then the slider down and away. Did not make a mistake with 2 strikes, and didn't take him long.
Stetter, the only lefty in the bullpen, but Maka, sensing the game is right here and now, is going to make a change. With Soto coming up, a right-handed batter, Maka goes to the bullpen, and we take a timeout. Out, Villanueva is in. This game 2 of this 3-game series. The series wraps up tomorrow, Mother's Day, here at Miller Park. Hope you'll plan to join us, if not here at the ballpark, on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Brewers live at 12:30 tomorrow. We'll get us started.
Well, Carlos pitched in last night's ball game, 2/3 of an inning. He left the game with the bases loaded. Stetter bailed him out. Now it's Villanueva's turn to finish the inning here in the 7th inning. One thing about Villanueva, you know he can get this out and then pitch another inning.
So Maka using his 3rd reliever in the 7th inning. Giovanni Soto, Rookie of the Year last year, with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Smart pitch for Villanueva. Soto ready to jump on the first one.
Well, last night Stetter threw him a pitch with the bases loaded and jumped on the first one and hit it right at JJ.
Villanueva can be as good against lefties as righties, and the slider this year has made him very effective against right-handed batters this season. Breaking ball missed.
Yeah, the slider and the changeup. 2 very good pitchers against right-handed hitters.
He gives a manager a lot of options. Villanueva, he's had his struggles this year, but he's also had some shining moments. But the changeup gives the manager a chance to leave him in there for a few batters. 1-2.
There's a changeup there. Not afraid to throw it against right-handers or left-handers.
Not a bad idea. Soto didn't chase.
Now this is where you got to get it done here. 2-2. Don't want to go 3-2.
The moment of truth. Maka knows it. Can't hardly watch. Bases loaded, 7th inning. Brewers by a run.
Kidding me.
Jerry Crawford flinched behind home plate.
Yep. Well, it's been like that all night long. Really not sure what's a strike tonight.
Wow.
That ball had plenty of the plate. Not sure what he's looking at.
Well, now the runners get a head start. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Villanueva has to make a big pitch. Nowhere to put Soto. Bouncer to Counsell, right to the bag. Villanueva strands the bases loaded.
From Giovanni Soto was all sliders and changeups. I mean, really well located pitches, didn't make a mistake. And the pitch that really was the difference was the 2-2 pitch. That pitch off the corner, that made it 2-2. Now check this out. Where does that miss? Jerry Crawford, I have no idea what he's looking at. And he forces Villanueva to throw another one, and he gets the ground ball out. You can't be missing pitches like that in that situation. That is terrible.
And if Bill were still a player, he would have an instant answer for you. Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin text question: Bill, were you ever ejected in your career?
No, I was not, because I was too excited about being in the game.
You didn't want to leave when you finally got a chance to play.
Yeah, come on. Let somebody else get thrown out.
All right, Chad, good question. Ricky Weeks set to lead it off, and lo and behold, Ryan Dempster still on the mound. Did you ever imagine Dempster would still be pitching in this game in the 7th inning after the way it started?
111 pitches. It kind of speaks to the situation out in the bullpen for the Cubs right now. Well, Carlos actually went with a 3-2 changeup. That's how much confidence he has in that pitch. Back-to-back changeups to Soto. And both of them strikes, the last 2.
Neil Kotz probably for Fielder, the left-hander, and Heilman loosening as well. 3-2 Brewers. Can they take advantage of an opportunity here? The Cubs let one go by, stranding the bases loaded in the top of this frame. Dempster always a gamer. Battling tonight. The Brewers probably feel they've had an opportunity at a knockout punch multiple times in this game. Had the bases loaded with nobody out in the 3rd, only managed 1 run.
Now, how about the Cubs? How do they got to be thinking? Yep. They've had a lot of opportunities to put runs on the board tonight.
Weeks to center field right at Fukudome.
This could very easily be a 9-8 game.
It feels like a 9-8 game. You look up at the scoreboard, it's 3-2 still.
Yeah. 116 now pitches for Ryan Dempster. I mean, you talk about a battler. Well, Ryan Dempster's certainly proven to be one tonight.
Dempster coming off his longest outing of the year. His last time out against the Giants, he went 7. The most pitches he's thrown in a game, 110. Counsell down the right field line. Bradley gives chase. And it's gone! Craig Counsell! That's what I said! Craig Counsell going downtown.
That baby. Boy, he has been swinging about well. Base hit the left, a home run right down the line in right field. How about that? It's somebody different every night for this group. Check it out. Fastball down the middle. Counsell gets under it, able to pull it. That new batting stance has certainly helped him. And just sneaks it over that wall down the line and right. Giving the Brewers a 2-run lead.
Counsell hit 1 home run last year on June 17th. His first home run since. A wall scraper that puts the Brewers on top 4-2. Boy, of all guys, that was the last guy you'd expect to hit one out. And Craig Counsell telling everybody got jammed a little bit. Counsell's been hot at the plate. Continues to reward his manager for the playing time. What a big bolt that was. A shocker in both dugouts.
Yes, especially when you have the outfield. All 3 outfielders swung around like he was a right-handed hitter and able to get it right down the right field line. Craig doesn't do that often. Not the home runs, but pulling it down the line.
Craig Counsell, his first homer, his 4th RBI. All of these RBIs for Counsell coming in the last 6 days. And Braun launches one. This one's way gone. Ryan Braun for the 2nd straight night. A late inning home run, and the Brewers have a 5-2 lead.
Well, and very unusual that Ryan Dempster is going to be giving up home runs. He'd only given up 4 and only 14 all last year. And back-to-back here in the 7th. Middle in, Ryan gets the head out, and no doubt when he hits him, there's no doubt about it. Got to feel good after getting hit in the head his last time up.
Number 8 for Braun. His 2nd RBI tonight, has 28 for the year. Pitching change here at Miller Park. We take a timeout. 5-2 Milwaukee. home runs for the second time this year. Council and Braun go deep, and Dempster's night is over. Here is Neil Kotz to face Prince Fielder. 5-2 Brewers, bottom of the 7th.
Well, 14th appearance for the only left-hander in the bullpen for Lou Piniella. Last pitch 4 days ago. Hard to believe that the lone left-hander in the bullpen hasn't pitched in 4 days.
The banged up Cubs all over their roster, not just their lineup, their starting pitching core, their relievers. Second highest earned run average in the bullpen this year. When you think about guys like Marmol and Kevin Gregg, you would have never have imagined those kind of numbers. How things turn.
Yeah.
Cubs had the bases loaded, 1 out in the 7th inning. They got the tying run at 3rd. It looked like a breakthrough inning for Chicago, but Stetter and Villanueva get out of it. And then the Brewers come right back, get a surprise home run from Council, and then Braun hits his second in as many nights. And now Fielder walks, and the beat goes on for Milwaukee in the 7th. Wendy's at the plate. J.J. Hardy. Hardy trying to keep his hit streak alive. He's hitting 6 in a row. Hitless tonight. He's 0 for 3.
Cott's having a tough time. Yeah, you get behind an account, you have to groove one, and maybe one of the reasons why that Cub bullpen has struggled. They say that the Cub pen has been pitching better, so that number of a little over 5 was a lot higher about a week ago. Doing a better job. Even Marmol and Gregg have ERAs over 4. It's hard to believe that Carlos Marmol would have an ERA at about 4.5, the way that guy throws. But you know, you talk to baseball people, they'll tell you that it's very difficult for relief pitchers to have back-to-back years, particularly as much as Marmol was used last year.
Yeah, over 80 appearances last year.
To be effective year in and year out, it's very, very difficult to do that.
That's why you see so much bullpen turnover in the big leagues. And a violent pitching action as well. Tough to maintain. There's a strike. One man out. Hardy's batting with Fielder at first. Brewers get back-to-back home runs from Craig Counsell and Ryan Braun. Craig Counsell goes 201 at-bats between home runs. Hit one last year and a big one here tonight. That gave the Brewers a 2-run lead. Braun followed to put them up by 3. That one scalded under the glove of Theriot. And everybody safe. JJ hit it right on the nose. Usually a play Theriot makes, but it'll go as an infield hit.
Yeah, got to be a base hit. Well, JJ will take it. Well, the way Theriot plays shortstop, that you would think that would have been a double play. Good swing by JJ on a slider down the middle. Theriot let it roll right up his glove for a base hit.
So Hardy with a 7-game hit streak now. And Piniella will take the ball from his lefty. Another pitching change. Piniella making the call to the pen. The Brewers still with 2 on and 1 out, leading by 3. Inning that was started by Ryan Dempster. Then Neil Kotz came in, gave up a walk and an infield hit. 5-2, the Brewers lead it. Counsell and Braun with back-to-back home runs, and David Patton, who was loosening up in this game as early as the third inning tonight, is finally in.
Yeah, and having a rough time. I mean, an ERA just under 7 in his 9th appearance so far this year. 8 walks, 11 strikeouts for Patton. Been that kind of year so far for the Cub bullpen, but you got to know they're going to turn it around at some point.
Well, after tonight, the Brewers will not see the Cubs again until July, when they go to Wrigley for the first time. Corey Hart with 1 out. Hart is 0 for 3. And a chance here to do some significant damage to the Cubs. Hard to believe the Brewers will not play at Wrigley Field until July 2nd.
It's kind of the way it was in reverse last year. Cubs didn't come here until July.
See, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Because it is cold at Wrigley Field.
That's right.
Here, there's a roof. Very spacious Miller Park. Base hit for Hart. Here comes Fielder around third. Fukudome's throw to the plate. Not in time. Fielder scores. And Corey Hart drives in a run to make it 6-2 Brewers.
Well, a breaking ball that hung up in the strike zone, and Corey banged it right back through the middle. Good piece of hitting by Corey. Stayed right in there. Just again out of the reach of Theriot, about an inch away from being a double play. Just like the ball that Hardy hit. And Prince able to score easily because Fukudome playing very deep with Hart at the plate.
Still 1 out. Still 2 on. 3 runs are in, and here's Duffy. Little bouncer out to Hoffpower to second for 1. And no chance to get Duffy, so that's out number 2. First and third now with 2 gone. Duffy reaches on a fielder's choice. Now we talked to Ken Maka before the ball game tonight, and we were talking about the lineup. Obviously, he wanted to get as many lefties in there as he could, but ideally he likes to get Cameron a day off next to an off day. Mike Cameron, was maybe scheduled to take tomorrow off, but a left-handed pitcher tomorrow for the Cubs. So Maka played a hunch, put Duffy in there for Cameron, put Counsell in there for Bill Hall. And boy, has Counsell delivered once again.
Yeah, well, 2 out of 3 for Mike Cameron, not too bad. Not that Mike Cameron's very pleased about having a day off, but sometimes the manager just has to make that decision on his own. Keep the guys fresh throughout the entire season. They all want to play, and that's a good thing. The last thing you want is a team full of guys that are looking for days off. You like them to be mad when they're not in the lineup.
Fielder, the only one to have started every game for the Brewers. Now, you don't lose any defense with Duffy in there for Cameron. Craig Counsell has been the call, though, for Ken Maka. On the road trip, Counsell started to get hot, had a 4-hit game in Cincinnati. Started the day batting .327, has 2 hits and 3 at-bats tonight. 2 runs scored, including that home run in the 7th.
The idea for Maka, top of the order, get on base in front of Prince and Ryan, and Counsell certainly has been doing that.
First and third for Kendall. 6-2 Brewers, and Kendall serves one to left. That is going to fall a base hit. Hardy scores. 4 runs are in for Milwaukee as the Brew Crew opens the door big and wide here in the 7th. 7-2 Brewers as Kendall comes up with his third hit.
Well, breaking ball, and Jason able to stay back long enough. We're talking about the head of Jason Kendall. Look how still it is. That's what Dale Swain was talking about before the ball game with Telly, is keeping that head nice and quiet, let the ball get to you, and you're able to make adjustments throughout your swing.
Brad Nelson looking for his first hit of the year. He narrowly missed a home run in Cincinnati that would have tied the game.
Yeah, that off of Francisco Cordero on a fastball.
The Brewers now with 10 hits tonight. 7 runs on 10 hits. Kendall with 3 of them. Jason's first 3-hit game of the year. 2 balls and a strike, and Nelson takes strike 2. Boy, did this game turn on a dime. Cubs threatening in the top of this frame. Bases loaded, 1 out. They could not score. And the Brewers open up the gates here in the 7th. 4 runs on 5 hits. It's a good play by Soto. Runners cannot advance.
Yeah, really tough to get down on the knees on a fastball. When the pitcher spikes the fastball, it kind of surprises the catcher. A little different with a breaking ball and a changeup. Catchers, you expect it to be in the dirt, not a fastball.
So the runners will get a head start here. Duffy at second, Kendall at first. And Nelson takes ball 4. And if I'm Brad Nelson, I'm not even thinking about waiting around at the plate.
Yeah, you just got to run to first base.
Take your base.
You don't want the third base umpire to have any indication that you're not sure if you checked it or not.
So the bases are loaded. And here comes Larry Rothschild. Well, in the 7th inning with 1 out, Counsell delivers his first home run of the year and his first since last June. And then Braun follows his second in as many games. Braun's 8th home run. Powerball home runs for the Brewers. And the Crew has added 2 more since. They lead 7-2. 4 runs are in. 9 men have batted in the inning. Counsell on deck as Ricky Weeks set to hit for the 2nd time here in the 7th. You just wonder what Ken Maka will do for pitching in the 8th inning. Villanueva came on to get the final out of the 7th. He's been sitting a long time. Looks like Jorge Julio will be next. So Stetter and Villanueva get through that 8th as Weeks lines one to center field. Duffy will score as Ricky Weeks delivers with an RBI hit. 8-2 Milwaukee.
Another hanging breaking ball by David Patton, and Ricky Weeks waiting back nicely, hitting a rocket into center field. Actually, fastball right down the middle. Right down the middle. Soto was setting up inside, and that ball right down the chute. And Ricky banged it back through the middle.
5 runs on 6 hits. And here's Counsell again. Three to 2 when this inning started. For Brewers fans, you can never have enough runs against the Cubs.
I'll tell you, talk about a momentum swinger. How about that top of the 7th? Bases loaded for the Cubs, just like last night's 8th inning. Stetter gets the strikeout. Villanueva gets the last out, and the Brewers come in that dugout feeling pretty good.
Strike 2.
Right, base hit by Soto, and I think things are a little bit different. I think Lou Piniella uses his pitching a little bit different.
Villanueva has to make a big 3-2 pitch to get him out.
Yep.
And then goes to the dugout, sits and enjoys all of this action. That one skips away from Soto. Kendall will come on in to score. And they keep circling him. 9-2 Brewers on a wild pitch. What an inning.
Yeah. A 6th spot on the Cubs. Breaking ball, and Soto couldn't shift over and keep it in front of him. Jason Kendall really never saw it because Soto's body blocked him from the baseball. Ryan Braun telling him to come on.
High fives for the Cubs fans exiting Miller Park. Brewers scoring the most runs in an inning here tonight against their rivals. 6 runs in the 7th on 6 hits and a wild pitch. Counsell can add to it. He can do a week's worth of damage in 1 inning. Did he just back leg one again?
You don't have to worry too much about Counsell getting home run happy.
Everybody has the right sometimes. 2-2. To the other way. Nice play, Scales. And Counsell is out. And the inning is over, but the Brewers do big damage. It started with Counsell's long ball. Braun followed. 6 runs on 6 hits. 9-2. put the Brewers on top. Brewers got 2 runs in the first. Braun stole a base and then scored on the air. And then with the Cubs within a run, Counsell delivers one right down the line. Braun follows with a no-doubter. And 6 runs later, the Brewers with a 9-2 lead. Biggest inning of the year for Milwaukee. Last night, the Cubs left the bases loaded in the 8th. The Brewers with that 2-run home run to go ahead in the bottom of the 8th, courtesy of Ryan Braun. Tonight, the Cubs leave it loaded in the 7th, and a 6-run explosion for the Brew Crew. So a developing trend. Counsell's first home run and over 200 at-bats.
It's amazing how good pitching can inspire an offense, huh? Now, bases loaded, as you talked about. I tell you, the Cubs get a big hit there, and I think things are a lot different in that Brewer dugout. Maybe hanging ahead a little bit. That Jorge Julio's been pretty good. He's only given up 1 run in his last 5 appearances. Last pitched on Thursday at Cincinnati.
We were talking with Ken Maka the other day in Cincinnati, and after that blowout win against the Reds, the 15-3 victory, Maka said, you know, until tonight, there really hasn't been a comfortable game, or a game where you feel like, you know, you can get some guys some work, some relievers. He's got a chance to do that tonight with a 9-2 lead.
And the Cubs very capable of putting a 6th spot up there too. So this one a long way from over. Comfortable lead right now. They can turn quickly.
Bottom of the order against Julio. Sean Marshall for the Cubs tomorrow against Jeff Suppan. Mother's Day here at Miller Park. And a leadoff walk. Boy, that didn't miss by much either.
Well, it's 4 for the Cure, just in time for Mother's Day. That's tomorrow. Buy 4 tickets to select games and get 4 free pink Brewers caps. The packages start at just $56. A portion of the proceeds goes to the Susan G. Komen for the Cure's a Milwaukee affiliate. Visit brewers.com/thecure.
Bobby Scales takes a strike. Now we want to send our best out to Mark Barry. He's the Cincinnati Reds third base coach, and good news to report on Mark Barry. Had a successful surgery removing a cancerous kidney. I talked to Mark earlier this week in Cincinnati. Said he was doing good. His spirits were up, and glad that surgery went well for him. Scales down on strikes.
Well, you never know, it can hit anybody, huh, partner? Yeah. And you just hope for the best and hope that stuff's all gone. Yeah, good pitch by Julio. Changeup. Split finger fastball. Acts like a splitter, but it's more of a changeup. It's all about throwing strikes for Julio. He doesn't give up many base hits.
Aaron Miles pinch hitting in the pitcher spot. And a bouncer out to Weeks. He's got it. Backhand flip to Hardy. A slick play by Ricky Weeks. And equally good on J.J. Hardy's side. He had no idea where that ball was coming from, and he snagged it for out number 2. Home Depot doing more on defense. How about this play?
Boy, Ricky Weeks has made a lot of improvement on a lot of aspects of his defensive game, but that backhand was the one that really gave him problems for years. But that was a beauty. I mean, the thing about that play right there, he took his time. He knew he had a little bit of time to make a flip to JJ, instead of just grabbing it and flipping it blindly without knowing where it was going. It just seems like he's more relaxed on the plays like that this year.
Soriano breaks his bat, and that is going to fall for a base hit. Miles will roll into third base. Soriano's first hit of the game comes here in the 8th. Matter of fact, Soriano's first hit of the series. It cost him a bat.
Not a bad way to lose a bat on a base hit. A good pitch by Julio. You can see he just blew that bat up down on a trademark. But able to get the head out a little bit, enough to muscle it down the line and left. He's an awfully big bat, Alfonso Soriano, and it's particularly unusual given how close he is to home plate. Not many guys use a big bat anymore. Ryan Braun uses a pretty big bat, but I don't think as big as the one Soriano uses.
Got to have strong hands, forearms. Generate a lot of power with the big bats. 35-inch bat for Soriano. You know, think about Soriano. He's never really changed his style at the plate. I saw him as a minor league player. He came up in the Yankee system as a shortstop. He was a terrific shortstop. Had a strong arm, a lot of range. Of course, Derek Jeter was already planted at shortstop and starting to become a star. Soriano came up in the Yankees chain right about the time that the Yankees were winning World Series in consecutive years.
Yeah, threw him over at second base, and if he stayed at second base throughout his career, he would rewrite, power numbers for second baseman.
And that's why he wanted to stay at second primarily. Remember when he went to Washington after his stint with the Rangers? Frank Robinson was the manager in Washington. Soriano refused to take the field in a spring training game in left field. He was not going to play the outfield. Frank Robinson said, "Have it your way. It's your paycheck."
You don't mess with Frank.
No.
Frank was here for about a half a season, hitting coach. You don't mess with Frank.
What a presence Frank Robinson is. And it was that move to the outfield. Frank Robinson sending Soriano in Washington to left field. He had his best year of his career offensively. He supplanted Chuck Knobloch at second base for the Yankees. He's been in the outfield ever since. Then you get a guy like Ryan Braun. They asked to go to the outfield. He goes, "Absolutely, I'm ready to go."
Yeah.
No problem. After his Rookie of the Year season in 2007. And Terrio hit by a pitch. So Julio drills Ryan Terrio right on the hip.
Yeah, that one had some cheese on it right there. They tried to come in on him and stuck him right in the ribs. That's gotta hurt. Well, the base is loaded once again for the Chicago Cubs. Julio didn't want to do that. Home run here and they're right back in it.
A hit and a hit batter as Coffey gets loose in the bullpen. Two outs in the eighth. 9-2 Brewers, scoring 6 runs against the Cubs in the seventh. Fukudome's been on twice. He singled his last time up. It's 1 for 3 with a walk. 96-mile-an-hour fastball with power sink from Julio. A little burr in the saddle, perhaps. That's been the big inning. Big crooked number.
I think Billy Castro put the burr in that saddle.
If it wasn't there already, he activated it. Well, that gets away from Kendall. And a run is going to score. So it's 9-3 on a wild pitch. barreling his way to the mound as he sprints in. They actually put a clock on him. And Prince Fielder noticing that clock for the first time. That's a pretty good number there. Fielder pumping the fist. Serious situation here, though. The Cubs have scored 3 runs, and they are within 4. Brewers have 4 outs to get to seal up a win. Coffey coming on with Fukudome at second, and Milton Bradley coming up.
Yeah, Coffey really doing a good job throwing strikes so far this year. Been very dependable out of that bullpen. ERA just over 3.
So Bradley, who has been aboard the last 3 times at the plate, 2 walks and a single. He's also scored a run. 9-5, the Brewers lead it. A 6-run 7th for Milwaukee. Cubs have scored 3, all with 2 outs here in the 8th as the lights begin to go out here. Well, the lights just dropped significantly right before the pitch, and this may be a little bit of a delay here.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for them to be able to fire these things up again.
And there they go. Boy, this is not good for the Brewers.
No. I mean, you just can't flip a switch and turn them back on. They got to cool off. This happened a few years ago, one of the first years of Miller Park. It happened when the Kansas City Royals were here. Lights just went down, and they couldn't get them back on. You hope that that's not the case. I say you make the Cubs hit in the dark.
Not a bad idea. A couple of flashlights, pull in some cars. See how the lights really drop just as the pitch was coming. Boy, it's a tough spot right here. The Brewers are trying to finish this one off, but going to be a delay for a while. Our cameras make it look a lot brighter in here than it actually is with the iris control. It's unplayable in Miller Park right now.
No, you can't play in this kind of light situation. Not a whole lot you can do on the field, so there's not anybody running around to try and rectify this situation. It takes place, back here in the press box, back here in the control room. So nobody on the field knows what's going on.
Well, let's take a timeout. We'll see if we can get some news for you. Going to have a bit of a delay here at Miller Park, I can tell you that. Hardly a bank of lights can cause a delay because it is too dark to play baseball here inside Miller Park, and They are working on it as fast as they can. Bob Hallis, the director of stadium operations, told Ken Maka to go ahead and, well, he didn't. He told the umpires. The umpires told Ken Maka to bring the players off the field. So that gives you a good indication of what kind of delay we're going to have. The one silver lining in all of this, Todd Coffey has just now gotten loose, so it wouldn't take much for him to get loose and continue on here. So you treat it just like a rain delay, and we'll see where we get with it. It's going to be a significant delay. Working on getting an update for you as Telly is downstairs. As soon as we know something, we'll pass it along. Don't forget Craig Kashawn and Davey Nelson. Brewers live following this game. Maybe if it was a full moon, you could open up the roof and bring in some of the Harleys, you know, turn the lights on and go old school, you know.
Maybe you can't open it right now.
That's a good point.
Electrical issue.
Do you think a Cub fan is behind all this?
You think?
It's possible. So a delay at Miller Park. A light out delay. Rock's got a nice lamp up here, actually.
Use this light? Yeah, this light will work.
I think this would be great.
Right here? Yeah. You think that'll light it up enough?
I do. I really think that would have a good shot. We'd have a chance. So here we are. I'm Brian.
It's dark.
He's Bill.
It's dark.
Do you have any lights out story? I actually have a lights out story. Would you like to hear it?
Absolutely, yeah.
How much time do we have? Because I don't want to rush through it. I was playing college baseball we were playing Rice University. And a Wisconsin native, Mike Zalecki, who's a coach here at Cardinal Stretch, actually. He was pitching. I was catching. Playing Rice. Mid-pitch, lights went out. And all of us were waiting for the pain. And he threw it to the screen. The umpire missed.
It was
missed.
that dark, huh?
The batter, it missed.
Yeah.
I mean, it was lights out. And it took about, I don't know, 35, 40 minutes for the lights to come back up again.
Well, it's too bad you don't have Rick Dempsey here. Maybe you could throw the tarp out there, squirt it down. He can run around, slide all over the place.
They could practice with the tarp here.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this game a little bit, because the Brewers, in a tight one, it was a key seventh inning. The Cubs had the bases loaded, and Mitch Stetter comes on, gets a big out, Micah Hoffpower, and then Giovanni Soto grounds out. Carlos Villanueva got him. The Cubs stranded the bases loaded, and all of a sudden the Brewers opened it up in the bottom of the seventh.
No, that's the way it goes. That's the way it happened yesterday, and we've talked about it many times. I mean, the Brewers' late offense, I mean, it really showed itself again today. All that is because of very good pitching. I mean, the good pitching has really given the Brewers an opportunity to get late defense, bullpen outstanding once again. I mean, Mitch Stetter coming in back-to-back nights with bases loaded, able to get the strikeout. Villanueva comes in, he gets the ground ball out after he had to throw an extra pitch. It looked like he struck Soto out. So you got to be very impressed, with the Brewer bullpen. And everybody a little bit worried about the bullpen coming out of spring training. These guys have been throwing the baseball very well.
There is a little drama right now, though. The lights are down, and the Cubs are threatening. 3 runs have scored for Chicago. They have a runner at second. There are 2 outs. All 3 of these runs coming with 2 outs. And Milton Bradley is due up. I see the lights coming up, and that means it's update time with Craig Kashawn. Craig?
Well, I talked about Hallis, the stadium ops person down here, and the controller went out on the stadium, and so on the lights, and so they're bringing in engineers right now to look at it. And he said, obviously, with the cooling off period that the lights need to go through, which is a minimum of 15 minutes, that's the minimum delay we're looking at right now. But he's standing by his ear to his two-way radio, trying to find out exactly the progress of this, but it looks like it might be some time. We're trying to gather some information as well around the stadium. Let's go over to Telly Hughes now and see what he's found out.
Hey, guys, I'm also being told, Craig, what you were mentioning, just going off that, 10 to 15 minutes to get this problem fixed, and once it does, it will take an additional 10 to 15 minutes for the lights to warm back up. So this delay could last up to 30 minutes, if not longer, if they can get the problem fixed here shortly. And, Craig, let's send it back down to you with more.
Okay, Telly, well, there's not much we can do at this point. They need more lights to play baseball here. So until we get back on track, we're going to go to a segment called Sports Science, and it's going to be on balls and strikes. So stay with us here on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
they were speaking to me, weren't they?
Well produced.
Okay. Well timed. Man.
As you can see, the lights are coming up full candle here at Miller Park. And that's a good sign.
To back off.
Todd Coffey will get his warm-ups in. He'll get as many as he needs here.
Well, they're right about the umpires. I mean, we always talk about how difficult a job that they have, but that was one of those nights where the strike zone has been in question by both teams, and that happens from time to time. Jerry Crawford's been around a long time and has been always been a well-respected umpire. Sometimes the passion of the game takes over.
Well, Bob Hallen and his crew did a nice job. Nobody panicked. Announcement was made right away. Once the lights cooled off, they were able to turn them back on, and just as they predicted, we'll be ready for baseball here shortly. I want to remind you, be sure to join us after the game. Brewers Live, sponsored by Lincoln Mercury. It'll include an on-field instructional and today's topic, positioning behind the plate. So looking forward to that with the former big league catcher Bill Schroeder.
We spent a lot of time in front of big league umpires, and Jason Kendall and Giovanni Soto have handled it pretty well. Handled some of the issues with the strike zone. I know Jason had a couple of different discussions with Jerry Crawford in the right way. You don't want to turn around and make it obvious that you're having a problem with the strike zone. You face forward, you say your piece, and the umpire is going to give you some leash.
All right, ready to play ball here. Tipper hat to Darren Anderson and his crew, entertaining this big crowd during the light delay. And let's reset the scene on the field. Milton Bradley is the hitter. Has no count on him. Fukudome just doubled 2 runs in. 3 runs have scored for the Cubs. It's 9-5 Milwaukee. And the Brewers needing 4 outs to finish off this game. And Bradley takes ball 1. It was 9-2 when the inning started. It was 3-2 before the 7th. Cubs left the bases loaded in the 7th. The Brewers scoring 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th. And Bradley lines one to center field. Duffy cannot get there. This one's going to go to the wall, and the Cubs have pulled within 3 runs. Milton Bradley with an RBI double. And all of a sudden, the tying run moves into the on-deck circle.
Yeah, that fastball started on the inner half and then tailed right back down the heart of the plate, and he smashes that one into center field. So 2-out thunder for the Cubs.
First double for Bradley. That's hard to believe. And now Trevor Hoffman begins to loosen up.
Yeah, 4 straight base runners for the Cubs. 3 hits and a hit batter.
Well, a long ball here, and it's a 1-run game. And the Cubs have just the guy they want at the plate in Michael Hoffpower.
Well, we talked about it. You know, the Brewers 6-run 7th. The Cubs can strike quickly as well.
Hoffpower is homer tonight. He's 2 for 4. His homer back in the 5th made it a 1-run game. The delay, by the way, 20 minutes officially. And the manager's comfortable lead wiped out. Jorge Julio started the inning, and all of these runs belong to him. Good pitch by Coffey. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, good slider. Had Hoffpower out in front.
I don't know if you sense this, Rock, but it seems like the lights are getting brighter and brighter, like more lights are coming on. Just wonder how that affects the hitter. 1-2. 9-6 Milwaukee, and Hoffpower takes a ball.
And Coffey really humping it up on that last pitch. 95 miles an hour. About as hard as he's been throwing this year.
Coffey self-admittedly saying he's not at his best when he has big velocity. He's a sinker baller. And Hoffpauir strikes out. Kindle's got to go to first to secure it. And a big wipe of the brow there. The inning is over, but the Cubs do damage. They score 4 times, and it's 9-6. Take it back to the 7th. Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Ryan Braun with a long home run against Ryan Dempster. Back-to-back home runs for the Brewers, Counsell and Braun. At the time, it made it 5-2. The Brewers would add 4 more runs in that inning. And it was 9-2 going into the 8th. Hoffman starts to get loose. It is currently a save situation. And if the Brewers don't score another run, you'll see Hoffman in the 9th. Here's Chad Fox on to pitch for the 2nd time, and just promoted to the big leagues from AAA. Here's a guy who has made it back to the major leagues after his 2nd Tommy John surgery. Ligament replacement twice. You don't see it happen very often.
Well, Chris Capuano is trying to make a comeback after his 2nd. But before this guy got hurt, he had one of the best sliders in the game. Former Brewer.
Braun making a bid at Player of the Week again in the National League. He finished just short last week to Albert Pujols. Braun has 12 RBIs in the last 6 games. Maka would love the Brewers to put a few runs on the board and not have to use Hoffman tonight.
Remember 6 outs ago we were saying it felt like a 9-8 game. Not too far from that now.
Full count to Braun here. Brewers brought 11 men to the plate in the 7th. Braun, Fielder, and Hardy here in the 8th. I think the biggest concern for Ken Maka right now, after the lights out delay, which lasted 20 minutes, and a lot of the crowd exiting the ballpark, is getting the energy back up.
Right.
I mean, it's a lot like a rain delay in that fashion. Braun draws the walk. So Ryan Braun has been on base in every plate appearance here tonight. 5 times aboard. A perfect night at the plate. 2 walks, hit by a pitch, and 2 hits.
Well, just continues to see the baseball well, only swinging at strikes and hitting him pretty hard.
Fielder tonight still looking for his first hit. He did drive in a run with a sac fly in the 3rd. Has 25 RBIs now. Second only to Braun, who has 28. Prince walked and scored in the 7th. I've been impressed with Fielder's patience. I mean, we talk about the patience a lot for Fielder. He's among the league leaders in walks, but at some point, you know, a guy who's paid to drive in the runs, big slugger, you could understand he would get over aggressive at times, but he has not this year.
Oh, he's been driving in the runs when they give him a chance.
Oh, Fox looks hurt. Chad Fox has hurt his arm again, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, you feel bad for the guy, you really do.
After all that work, a second Tommy John surgery, trying to get back to the big leagues. And I'm not sure Fox will be able to continue here. Watch right after the pitch. Watch his reaction.
Well, you feel bad for him, don't you? You wonder what's going through his mind right now. That might be the last pitch he's thrown.
Well, and just to know what he went through, as Chris Capuano can attest, to be able to get back on a big league mound after a second Tommy John surgery. The rehab is just incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an 11-month rehabilitation.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a timeout. Lou Piniella doesn't have many options out there, but whoever it is will get as much time as he needs to loosen up. And a little more time here at Miller Park. Menards game reset. Cubs Brewers. Been marred by a couple of delays, but Giovanni Gallardo, 5 innings here tonight. And still in line for the win, Ryan Braun has homered in consecutive games. He and Council went back-to-back in the 7th. Part of a 6-run inning for the Brewers. Dempster was chased. And a sellout crowd of 44,428. Enjoying this one. There was a 20-minute lights out delay. Lights went out in Miller Park. Tomorrow is the finale. Sean Marshall, the lefty, against Jeff Suppan. 12:30 is airtime on Fox Sports Wisconsin. And we look forward to having you with us tomorrow. Mother's Day, the pink bats will be out. Big pregame show planned tomorrow. So it's Aaron Heilman on the pitch. Chad Fox leaves this game due to injury, and Heilman ready to work now.
Losing pitcher in last night's ball game. He got the walk to Corey Hart, followed by the Ryan Braun home run, his 16th appearance, and when he's on, he's got a good sinker ball.
3 balls, no strikes on Fielder. Ryan Braun at second base. And Fielder walks. That walk will belong to Fox. Feel bad for Jake Fox. I know, or Chad Fox, excuse me. I know, yeah, the rehab situation coming back from that injury. And, you know, these guys are ball players. You cheer them, you boo them, you root for them, you do all this. You know, he's a Cub, but the personal, you know, anguish that I'm sure these guys go through with injury.
Yeah, I got to know him when he was with the Brewers, and he's a quality guy. Really is.
Well, he's had a good career in the big leagues. I saw him when he was in college. He was a shortstop. They converted him to the mound. Had a nice career in the major leagues. Spent part of his time here in Milwaukee playing for the Brewers. Hardy trying to cash in here. JJ extended his hitting streak to 7 games with an infield hit his last time up. You wonder what Pinella's bullpen's going to look like tomorrow for the finale. Haven't seen Marmol, haven't seen Greg in this series.
Yeah. Guzman threw multiple innings in yesterday's ball game.
And Hardy draws the walk. Well, Heilman has really scuffled last couple of days. Something Willie Randolph knows all about. Heilman, part of that Mets bullpen that collapsed the last 2 years and ultimately cost Willie his job last year. Looking for a fresh start here in Chicago.
Well, he threw 4 straight pitches out of the strike zone last night, followed by a home run. 5 straight here tonight.
Bases loaded for Corey Hart. Drove in a run with a hit last inning. Hoffman in case it stays in a save situation. 0-2. Still nobody out. Infield coming in. And that one's down low.
Yeah, 0-2, figuring that Corey's going to protect, not going to try and drive the baseball. So Lou Piniella decides that he can't give up any more runs. Really opens it up for the Brewers in the event of a little blooper into the outfield.
Good play by Soto. 2-2. Aaron Heilman was actually traded this winter from the Mets to the Mariners. He was involved in that J.J. Putz deal. And then a month later, Heilman was sent to the Cubs. Traded twice. Traded to the Cubs for Ronnie Cedeno and Garrett Olson. Two and two the count on Corey Hart. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Hart has never had a grand slam. He'd take a base hit right here. And his ball 4. RBI the easy way. Hart draws the walk. It's the 4th consecutive walk. Boy, oh boy. 10-6 Brewers.
Nine walks issued by the Cubs. That'll sit Trevor down.
And that's the best sight Ken Maka can ask for. Keeps him available for tomorrow. And then an off day on Monday.
Well, coming in, you heard that the Cub bullpen had been struggling. You saw the numbers earlier, an ERA over 5, and it had gotten better in the last week to 10 days. But you know, the names that they have trotting out of that bullpen, Guzman, Heilman, Marmol, Gregg, I mean, all these guys have had pretty good careers. You can see now why they've struggled.
Well, here's Chris Duffy. Still nobody out. 4 straight walks to start the inning. Chad Fox with 2 of them. Now Heilman with back-to-back walks. Fox had to leave this game with an injury. Look at the offense in the last 2 innings. It was a 3-2 game going into the bottom of the 7th. 10-6 now. Fielder, Hardy, and Hart on the bags, all via the walk. Infield is still in for Chicago. Boy, isn't it interesting that the 3 hottest hitters for the Brewers this spring all struggling mightily now. Duffy, Casey McGee, and Brad Nelson. It's a tough role coming off the bench, especially for young guys.
Yes, it is.
And Duffy lines one to center. A base hit, Fielder scores. And as far as confidence goes, that's about as good as it gets for Duffy. Delivers with a 2-strike hit. An RBI single for Duffy. And it is 11-6 Brewers.
Well, still nobody out. Good piece of hitting by Duffy. Stayed right on it. That pitch down in the zone. The first 2 that he swung through were upstairs around the belt. That one down and able to get the barrel of the bat on it. Might have got down a little bit on a trademark, but dumped it into center field.
All right, so here's Jason Kendall now, already with 3 hits.
Unbelievable game, isn't it?
I'll tell you what,
tonight,
it's like 2 different games.
Man, such a quick, fast-paced game last night. Just the opposite here tonight. It has been like pulling teeth to get outs. Not the game, just for pitchers to get outs tonight.
Make an old man out of a manager, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, there is potential for a Todd Coffey at bat here momentarily, which would be worth staying around for. He does have experience this year with a bat in his hands.
Yeah, barring a triple play, you mean?
Outside a triple play, Todd Coffey is going to hit. .128 walks issued by Cub pitching. That includes tonight 4 in this 8th inning.
What a difference a year makes.
It's a good point about the bullpen you made earlier, hours ago. It is hard to turn over bullpens and continue the same kind of success with the same arms.
Yeah. I mean, very inconsistent. I mean, it's just the way it goes. It's not just one team or one guy. I mean, you can see that up and down baseball. Very rare that you have guys that throw a lot, have good years back to back to back.
Kendall's career high for hits in a game is 5. Has 3 tonight. He is 4 hits shy of 2,000. Into right, and that'll be deep enough to score the run. Hardy tags. Bradley's throw is going to third base, and Hardy's in there safely. So Jason Kendall drives in a second run. And the Brewers lead it 12-6 over the Cubs.
Well, so far 3 of the 4 walks in this inning have come around to score. So the Brewers taking advantage of some control problems by the pen.
And here's Coffey. In his first and only plate appearance of the year, he dropped down a perfect sacrifice bunt.
Might do it again
in New York.
Yeah, letting him hack.
I like the way you're thinking, though. Why run the risk, right?
Why run the risk of getting a guy hurt swinging the bat, right? He's not one of those guys that is in that Eddie Cedar group.
No, he doesn't take batting practice with the rest of the starting pitchers. Unless they told him to go up there like Eddie Goodell and just stand there and watch pitches go by.
Yeah.
Might as well be using a table leg. Or in Eddie Goodell's case, a plastic bat.
Yeah.
If you don't know who Eddie Goodell is, you should Google it.
A vertically challenged baseball player that was brought into a game by Bill Veeck.
Coffey not only was not swinging the bat, he was going to make sure he wasn't hit. And he says, they just took the bat right out of my hands there, Mike. Took the bat right out of my hands. Come on, Skip.
You think they told him to do that? Had to, didn't they?
Had to, because you know Coffey's personality. He's up there hacking.
Swinging from the heels.
Here's Weeks with 2 outs. Now the Brewers a balanced attack tonight. They've gotten RBIs from 7 different players in this game. Weeks drove in a run in the 7th. Counsell has an RBI, hit the home run in the 7th inning. Braun has 2 ribbies. Fielder with 1. Hart 2. Duffy with 1, and Jason Kendall with a pair. So the inning is over, but the Brewers add 3 more. 12-6 to the 9th we go. Last call for the Cubs. Well, late anyway, it's been the story of the big inning. 6-run 7th for the Brewers, 4-run 8th for the Cubs. Made it a 3-run game, but the Brewers get all 3 back. And now it's 12-6. Todd Coffey will come on to finish it up. So Coffey to face Giovanni Soto. Good velocity tonight from Todd Coffey. Coffey faced 2 batters in the 8th inning, and he endured that lights out delay. And there's a base hit. So Soto singles, and the Cubs have a lead runner aboard. Coffey came into the game with the Brewers up by 4. He gave up the double to Bradley. That drove in the run that made it a 3-run game. Gallardo's still in line for the win here tonight. If the Brewers can get 3 more outs.
Yeah, you can't set up your own save situation. You can't do that. Can't give up a run, bring it to win 3, and then get a save. That'd be nice.
Even though the run belonged to Julio. On the ground here, Weeks flip it over to Hardy. The turn, the gun to first. In time double play. JJ with a rocket to fielder. Fondo has great speed. JJ, the great equalizer with that arm. And it's 2 outs with 1 swing of the bat.
Well, Coffey got his ground ball. That's what that sinker can do for you. And JJ Hardy does the rest with that big arm from shortstop. Got everything he had on that one and needed it.
I'd love to get a gun on that arm. Keystone combination, Weeks and Hardy. Now they're on their feet at Miller Park. Those who have remained. 44,428. The announced crowd. 5th consecutive sellout, the 7th of the year. Brewers trying to get themselves in a position for a sweep against Chicago. Gallardo would go to 4-1. Home runs tonight from Counsell and Braun. Cubs had a home run from Michael Hoffpower. Cardinals lost tonight. The Reds beat them. So the Brewers can get to within a game of St. Louis. Cardinals now 19-12 for the year. The Brewers would improve to 18-13. Best news of the night, Hoffman not needed at this point. Just lightly tossing in the bullpen, which makes him available for tomorrow. Hoffman has not pitched in 3 consecutive games yet. Duffy on the run, and he lays out, and Duffy cannot make the play. That is a hit for Scales. Second base umpire Todd Tischner was out there deep, and immediately with palms down, as that one hits the ground, and it's a base knock.
Boy, good hustle by the second base umpire. Check it out. He got out there as far as he could and didn't miss it by much. I tell you, that finger just missing that baseball, but it was a good call. Man, how do you see that?
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's a great call from Todd Tischner. I mean, what is he, about, I don't know, 100 feet from that play to see that?
Good eyes. That's why he's an umpire, right? Got to have good eyes.
Reed Johnson pinch hitting here. 2 outs, runner at first. Coffey trying to put the finishing touches on a 4-hour marathon tonight. That included a 20-minute dark delay when the lights went out here in Miller Park. Gallardo looking to improve to 4-1. He went 5 innings, gave up 5 hits and 2 runs. Dempster on the hook for the loss. Would drop him to 2-2. Johnson into left field. Braun coming in. He slides and he's got it. Ryan Braun makes a sliding catch. And this one is finally over. The alligator has been wrestled.